about the lawsuit or any of that, want more information, you can go on to the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty. All the court documents are there, all the information, all of that is there. And then I myself, I'm out in Gallup. I live there, but I'm originally from Casimir Lake. And just, we continue the work that we do. So thank you very much. I appreciate each and all of you. Our children are dear to our heart. And and I hope you all have a blessed day and, incorporate all the knowledge and wisdom that you guys are brought to you today.
Isn't she so inspiring? And I will mention that PED did just announce the listening sessions, if you want to call it, and we did just share it on our Facebook post so that you can see there's multiple ones throughout the state and even a virtual option. So I highly encourage all of you to share your voice, just kind of like she was saying to everyone. So it is with my privilege to kind of transition us into our next presenters. We will be doing early intervention with Dolores Hardin and Paula Sinez. So let them come up, and I'm going to pull up their PowerPoint for them while they're walking up here.
know that? And I said, well, we didn't pack food or anything, my kids are hungry. And she said, that's fine, she said, I'll be right back. And then she left, and then she came back and she gave us tickets. And I said, what are these tickets for? And she said, they're meal tickets for the cafeteria. And she gave us like 10 tickets. So she said, you can get seconds if you're really hungry. And she was the only person that walked into our room happy and smiling and talking to us directly in our face. Whereas the other professionals came in and they had a straight face. They didn't smile, they didn't really talk to us as a person, but more of the diagnosis of our son and what we were going to go throughout that day. They weren't that friendly, except for the lady from Parents Reaching Out. And at that time, that's when I thought, I need to know about this organization, because this person came in very happy and smiling, and she wanted to know how she could help. And that's how I was introduced with Parents Reaching Out. But like I said, the organization had started in the 80s by a group of parents. It was a group of parents that knew that this was a need in New Mexico. And so now today, it's been around for 45 years. And so we help families statewide, all cultures, all families. We inform families to make informed decision-making, advocacy to help them to advocate, education and resources. And that's what helped me as a parent and helping me to advocate for both of my sons who went through early intervention, special education through elementary through high school.
I'm Paula Sines, as Ms. Yazzie mentioned earlier, Ken is important, so I wanted to introduce myself in that way. I work for a Department of Education in Window Rock, and our program is called Hojongo Jinose. It's an early intervention program, early childhood program, under Department of Education, Office of Special Ed Rehab Services. Our program is also referred to as the Growing in Beauty program, and I'm sure many of you have heard about our program and hopefully have referred infant and toddlers to our program, and we work with a number of agencies throughout the Navajo Nation. Early intervention services on the Navajo Nation is a blended funded program. We receive state funding, federal funding, private foundation funding to serve Diné children birth to age 5. We've been around for quite some time now. I'm not sure if many of you are aware that IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is the special ed legislation, was amended in 1991. Those 1991 amendments, yes, some of you probably were not born then, but yes, those amendments allowed or required that the Bureau of Indian Education transfer funds for Part C and Part B to Indian tribes. And 60 tribes that have tribal schools on their reservation were allowed to apply for those funds. So that's where Growing in Beauty basically started on the Navajo Nation. Next slide. Hojongo Jinose, or Growing in Beauty, is our early intervention program, and we have a mission to assure that all Diné children with developmental delays and disabilities between the ages of birth to 5, and actually we have a home visiting program, so prenatally to age 5 grow into beautiful individuals. Again, Growing in Beauty meets the needs of Navajo children with developmental delays, and we also provide services based on the foundation of our culture, our language, and our community needs. So it's really important for us to make sure that we address the community needs of families.
So today we're going to be talking about learning and understanding about early intervention, the process, and then understanding what an IFSP is, Individual Family Service strengths and knowledge. So under the IDEA, Individual Disabilities Education Act, Part C is for early intervention, is for services for infants and toddlers. So it is a service that is provided for families with children in the infants and toddler, and that is state and federally funded and made available through this law. As a parent, I didn't know that the early intervention process for both of my sons when they were infants, that they were receiving this service under this law until later as they got older and realized that this was a system that they were already in.
The history of special education really started from age 5 through 21 years of age. And then we realized that starting early in early intervention is really is important so that our development of our children are identified early and we intervene early. So the law changed to include 3-year-olds, and then Part C, they incorporated Part C into the IDEA law to include children, infant and toddlers with developmental delays. In addition, there's also an interagency coordinating council at each state level. So New Mexico, for example, Arizona, Utah, all the states have an interagency coordinating council. And it's a cross-agency advocacy group that advises the state lead agency. And I'm a member of the interagency coordinating council as well as Dolores. And it includes parents, so parent voice is really important on that.
And so in New Mexico, the state program is the Family Infant Toddler Program. And they oversee the New Mexico early intervention agencies in New Mexico, and they monitor and support and set forth guidance on early intervention services. And there is 34 early intervention agencies statewide in New Mexico. And Paula, if you can pull up that book, that's the Family Handbook. It's a really nice booklet. It's family friendly. You can download it on the website. There's information on, if you look in your agenda booklet, you can use the scan code to get the resources of each of these presentations. Even our early childhood first steps tip sheets are on that resource scan code as well. But I just wanted to share with that handbook because I really like that, because when I received the handbook, it wasn't as nice as this booklet. It was a Xerox copy, and the words were hard to read. So I didn't even read that handbook. I just put it to the side, and not knowing and understanding the whole process.
And as she mentioned, the Family Infant Toddler Program is the program, the lead agency within the state of New Mexico. And so under the lead agency, they fund early intervention programs by county. And so, for instance, here in San Juan County, there's 3 early intervention providers. Those include Roundtree Developmental Services, Amplified Therapies, and then Navajo Nation Growing and Beauty Program. So there is parent choice for families who want to go to, are referred for early intervention. They can choose one of the programs that best meets their needs. In McKinley County, there's also 3 providers. Therapy Academy is one of the programs in the Gallup area, Navajo Nation Growing and Beauty, and then also Pine Hill Early Intervention serves the Pine Hill and Raymond Navajo community. So again, we each have our own strengths for our programs, and there is parent choice. Navajo Nation has an intergovernmental agreement with the state of New Mexico, as well as the state of Arizona, to be the early intervention provider within Navajo Nation. So as I mentioned, on the Arizona, with the state of Arizona, the state lead agency is Department of Economic Security, Arizona Early Intervention Program, or AZEP. And here's the information and contact. They do statewide referrals through their website. I believe it's the parent organization that receives those referrals. And again, Navajo Nation has an intergovernmental agreement in the state of Arizona to be the early intervention provider. And we're really the only early intervention provider on the Navajo Nation.
And so what is early intervention? So it's a national program that is provided nationwide. They have different programs. They have state programs that oversees early intervention. And like in New Mexico, like I said, is birth to 3 early intervention. And I wasn't, as a parent, I didn't realize that these services were going to be happening in our household, in our home, and that they were coming in and providing an assessment, evaluation, seeing what needs or supports my son would need. And, you know, he was referred at 18 months. So he wasn't referred right away at birth because we had to go through specialty doctors, go to Albuquerque, travel over there. He had surgery as an infant. And then by the time of his recovery, he started receiving services. But at 18 months, you're halfway already to 3 years old. And things went pretty fast. And so, you know, it was quick and fast, and people were coming in and was being told, they weren't asking me questions. They were just saying that this is what's going to happen, these are services that are going to be provided. And at that time, when my son was just an infant. But with these early intervention programs now, today it's different because now they provide, really want the parents' input, engagement, and coaching model, and all of these pieces that they provide in New Mexico.
So again, early intervention is in each of the states, and really the whole purpose is to identify and evaluate infant toddlers, their development, and look for possible delays, and then provide those supports for those delays. Again, it's a team effort. We work a lot with families because they know their child best, and really listening to families is the most important part of early intervention, and providing those supports for the children's learning and development during the ages of birth to 3. The local early intervention providers, they support families in meeting their developmental needs, their health needs. We work closely, for the Navajo Nation, we work closely with, for instance, Shiprock Northern Navajo Medical Center. We work with Gallup Indian Medical Center and all the different health facilities on the Navajo Nation. We get referrals from pediatricians, and we get referrals from different agencies. And again, we include different team members to work with the family because everybody has strategies to work with children, whether it's their motor development, their communication, or adaptive skills, those different areas of development.
So the steps of early intervention, we're going to go through the process, the referral intake, what a family service coordinator is, evaluation, the eligibility, or what happens when the child is not eligible, and then also IFSP and transition. And so referral is where anybody can refer, whether the parent can self-refer or a physician, social worker, child care, early Head Start, or anyone can make that referral, family member. And so for my, as a parent, our physician was the one that referred us to early intervention. And I remember he stated that some folks are going to give you a call and make an appointment to come out to your home. And that's all I remember at that time. But, you know, the process was a lot. And I remember the information, it was very overwhelming. But today we do help parents to understand that early intervention process. At parents reaching out, we help them to understand that they can make informed decision at that time with their IFSP, the Individual Family Support Plan. And then also we do give free record keeping binders to families so that they can start keeping track of their records, whether it's medical, with their pediatrician, with their well baby checkups, because it's very important to keep track of all of those records if they're going to be applying for other services for their child.
And it's it's great that in Dolores' situation, her physician or pediatrician referred her for early intervention, but we want to make sure that you don't have to wait for a physician or a medical provider to refer your child. You know your child. If you see that there's possible delays, things are just not right, you can refer on your own. Some communities have child find teams. Some of them have outreach plans that they really get involved in those. Teams that try to work together to identify children at a very early age. As well, I think it's really important to also connect to home visiting programs and other programs that are out there. Sometimes children may not qualify. We'll look at some of the definitions for eligibility, but some children may not qualify, and so there's other options like home visiting. So we just encourage you to get involved and know where to refer to and help families follow up.
So again, early intervention is a free program, and in New Mexico, they look at 4 eligibilities. And so here, they look at the developmental delay, which is 25% or more. They also look at the established condition. That is where both of my sons were eligible for early intervention, was through the established condition, because my son was diagnosed with cerebral palsy, and then my other son, our youngest son, was diagnosed with Down syndrome. So they were eligible through the established condition to receive early intervention services at birth to 3. There's also at risk, as well as at risk for developmental delay. So it's very important for children in New Mexico to receive early intervention services. Even if there's speech delay and they're not talking or not responding at 2 years old, it's very important that the child receive these services. So in New Mexico, they're very flexible for children, infants and toddlers, birth to 3, to receive services early on because of the brain development early on as they're growing.
And as this slide indicates, eligibility varies by state, and this is one of the reasons why Navajo Nation got involved in early intervention, is because of the differences in eligibility. So a Navajo child that might live in Red Mesa but moves to Shiprock, they may not be eligible in Arizona but be eligible in New Mexico. We're trying to work with families and work with the state early intervention programs to make sure that our families receive the services that they need. So for instance, Arizona has a pretty restrictive eligibility criteria. The child must demonstrate a 50% delay in development in at least one area, or there's some diagnoses like autism and intellectual disabilities that could qualify the child for services. So again, advocacy and helping the parents understand that these different eligibility criteria are there, but we will work with them to receive the services that they need. And again, early intervention, we sort of covered the slide already, that we want to act early. We want to refer children early on, because we know that brain development happens so quickly, and we've always know that through research that 95% of the brain happens before age 5. In addition, early intervention empowers parents through supports and information about their child's development. We use the Ages and Stages questionnaire, as well as the Ages and Stages questionnaire, social emotional. And those are really opportunities for parents and family members to learn about their child's development. And so early intervention also supports providing support and information about that. And again, research shows that early intervention provides better outcomes for kids who have diagnoses such as autism and cerebral palsy.
while he's laying in bed, while he's getting up or taking a bath. And I was sitting there watching her on the couch at that time, but this was in the early 90s of early intervention services. So at that time, they didn't have coaching model, but I wanted to learn. So I sat there next to what she was doing on the couch in my living room, and I was watching her, and her comment to me was, well, you don't have to sit here and watch me. You can go and do the dishes. You can go in the other room, whatever you want to do. But I told her, I want to watch what you're doing so I can learn how to do these things so that I can do that throughout the day so he can get more support. And so I just got up and sat on the kitchen table. So I watched her from a distance, even though she kept telling me I could leave. And I said, no, I'm just going to sit here. So I just sat there the whole time watching her, and I paid attention to her technique and how she was working with my son. And so at that time, that's what I learned. And so when she left, I knew I could start doing some of those activities that she did with my son in the evening. You know, in the morning, the following day, she wasn't going to be there. She won't be back till next Tuesday. So in between those days, I was able to do those activities. But at that time, there wasn't no coaching model. And now they do that today. They teach the parents on how to do these techniques in their everyday activities so that they can incorporate some of these services for their child. So I supported my sons in those activities, which I really like how they are doing that now with families. And, there's not that much direct support, but, again, they're including the parents. It really helps you as a parent to understand what those needs and supports are for your child.
As Dolores mentioned, early intervention is provided in natural environments, and natural environments could mean the child's home, the child's community setting, could be at the daycare. If their grandmother or grandfather is helping to take care of them, it could be at their home, so the home of family members. And again, there's looking at the routines of the family from morning to evening. What are the routines of the family, and incorporating those activities. You don't necessarily, for early intervention, you don't necessarily have 1 hour of speech therapy a day or half an hour of physical therapy a day. Early intervention is provided by a team effort with a service coordinator, and we'll go into a little bit more of this, but again, imagine a team coming to your home or a team member focusing on the areas of your child's development that they need to address.
So the intake is when the family is referred, the family service coordinator gets in contact with the parent, and they schedule that time to meet with the family. They call it RBI, which is a routine-based interview. And really, it's like what Paula was just sharing about the everyday routine activities. They just want to get a little sense of what your activities were. And so they will be asking questions, and this is where families get a little intimidated. I know when they were asking me questions, I was like wondering, why are they asking all these questions? They wanted to know, what do you guys do first thing you get up in the morning? And I sit there thinking, well, I hear my son, I have to get him up, change him, put clean clothes on, freshen him up, or either give him a bath and then take him in the kitchen and feed him, and then have him sit in his either the high chair or the chair that he sits in, and then I try to clean up as quickly as possible in the kitchen, and then sit with him with his toys. And so those were some of the questions I would respond to them in my answers. So, they will, family service coordinator may ask some questions that the families may not know or may wonder why they're asking those questions, but there's a reason behind that. And like I said, that they're just wanting to see so they can incorporate some of that service. They will help you to understand the process. They will inform the family what their rights are. Just like the Family Infant Toddler Handbook has their parental rights in there, they should be giving that handbook to the parent to let them know what their rights are. They should support the families in understanding early intervention services, coordinate the evaluation and assessments for the child. They want to make sure families receive services on their IFSP, which is the Individual Family Support Plan, and help with services. And also, if they're interested in parent support groups, they also assist in development and implementation of the transition plan. Transition should be already a discussion at the beginning. Referral to other services such as child care and other health services.
I just want to say that every family's journey is different, and so the family service coordinator's role is really important in helping them find resources, helping them sign their child up for a certificate of Indian blood, and getting a copy of their birth certificate. I mean, they help in a lot of different ways because some of those documents are important in applying for additional resources. So we'll move on to the evaluation process.
So the evaluation process does take some time, and that's where we encourage families to make sure you make time for that, because they look at all of these areas of adaptive self-help skills, cognitive skills, communication skills, physical development, social and emotional development. So they have to do some of these assessments, usually in the home. Or if the family doesn't have a home, they might have to look at what other area that they can provide that evaluation, whether it's at the agency or it could be at another community location. But that should be a discussion with the parent and the family service coordinator. So that family service coordinator is really a very important person that they should be communicating with them so that they can figure out how they can support the family and child with their through that process of the evaluation. But they look at all of these areas for the family and for the child in the household.
Evaluations are generally done or at a minimum of 2 disciplines, so it's usually the developmental specialist and a physical therapist, or developmental specialist and a speech therapist, including the family, of course. So it's not done in isolation with one individual. It includes a multidisciplinary team.
So determining eligibility. What if the child doesn't qualify for early intervention? The family will receive a written report about their child. They might be referred to other programs. The early intervention staff will refer or let the family know what other things that they can provide, or home visiting program for early childhood.
And again, the family service coordinator plays a huge role in making that warm handoff to the program. They just don't say go over there or refer them where nobody's home. So it's really important that family service coordinator provide that warm handoff to Head Start, early Head Start, home visiting, or other services that might be available.
The IFSP, Individualized Family Service Plan, is similar to an IEP, but it's a Part C of IDEA. It's a document that's created with the family. They should be getting the parents' input, the supports and services needed for the child and family, and what those outcomes are going to be, written for the family-friendly language. So really, a lot of the input should be in that IFSP for the family and child.
So the IFSP, of course, it's individualized. Every family is different. Every child is different. Family, the focus is on the outcome of the family. So an IEP is focusing on the child, and an IFSP is really focusing on family outcomes and what the family wishes to see for their child and family. Of course, services includes the early intervention services provided to the family, including when it will be provided, how, and what services will be delivered. And then the plan is the written document that can be changed as the family and child needs also change. So again, we want to make sure that you're aware that the emphasis is on family. There could be some family outcomes in there as well.
So who is on the IFSP team? So it should be the parent or the guardians or whomever that has parental rights for that, for the child. And extended family members can be part of that IFSP. It could be brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandparents. They could be all living in one household, and they can be part of that IFSP as well. The family service coordinator has to be part of all of these processes that we talked about, the referral, the evaluation, the creation of the IFSP, and through the process and following up with the parent. So they should be in contact with the family constantly, as well as specialty therapists, the therapist that the child's going to be receiving services through. And if there needs to be an interpreter, that is the right for the family to have an interpreter available to explain what's happening through this process.
So again, as we mentioned earlier, early intervention is provided from a coaching model. So just think about what a coach does, that they support the entire team. There's generally a primary team lead identified, and then again, that's based on the child's developmental delay, the family's needs. It could include an occupational therapist or a physical therapist or a speech therapist to be the team lead for that particular family. And then they meet with the family on a regular basis to address the outcomes that are identified on the IFSP. They meet, and then the team also meets regularly and discuss what other supports can be provided. The support coordinator also checks in. This is the support coordinator or the family service coordinator, checks in with the family on a regular basis to support other needs that the family may have identified during this process.
And so these are all of the early intervention services that is available. Not all of them may not be needed for the child and family, but these are what's available. And this list is listed in the family handbook, and also gives explanation about each of these services that are available for the child and family.
We want to allow about 5 minutes for questions, so we're going to go through these next few slides sort of quickly. The last few slides are a lot of resources, but these next 2 slides, this slide talks about transition and beginning the planning process early with families. Transition is when a child leaves early intervention and goes into like a preschool program, Head Start, early Head Start, or a daycare center. It's really important for the family for family service coordinators to start talking about transition very early on, because 0 to 3 is a very short time period, and so the transition process should take place 90 days prior to the child's 3rd birthday, and the family service coordinator will help the family begin that discussion about transition and making sure there is a safety net for the child as they leave early intervention.
And I just want to share from a parent perspective on transition. Like I said, Justin was referred at 18 months, and that was a quick turnaround because we're already talking about transition, and so they look at 3 months before he turns 3 years old. And I knew that he was too small to go to school, but they were telling me that he was needed to move on to receive services in the school, in the local educational agency in LEA. And so he went through the evaluation, through the process, and was eligible to receive special ed services. But at that time, I didn't understand all of that. All I driving back. And I didn't know that there was gonna be other stops, so, you know, I had a big old bag I took with me to the school, and they said, oh, thank you, but we just need out of your bag his extra clothes, and that's it. And I said, what about diapers, his juice, his prepped meals, because he had to have Puree meals. And they said, oh no, we got everything, we have a blender, so we will blend his food and everything. But as a parent, that was a scary process that I went through for Justin. I don't think it was for him, because he was all happy to go into the school and be around kids, and here I am all scared. But you know, going through that process, it was a lot, just not knowing and understanding that system, you know, as a parent, not knowing about the evaluation eligibility. And I went through it the second time with my youngest son, so I kind of was familiar about what the process was going to be. But the family service coordinator really helped me to better understand. She sat down with me and said, we're going to go through this booklet. You're going to understand what your rights are. This is what's going to happen. And so because of her, she helped me to understand. But you know, that's part of that transition process. And one of the things we encourage families is start record keeping. You know, we do give free record keeping binders at Parents Reaching Out. In your agenda booklet, you can contact Pro, and then we can mail out record keeping binders directly to families, or we can do a workshop for families and bring out the binders that are free. We encourage families to always ask questions, get answers, find information, resources. Also connecting with other families is very important. And then also knowing what your rights are, and then taking care of yourself, because it is overwhelming. It's a lot of information that I know. First IEP I went through, I didn't understand it. They were using words that I didn't know what it meant, and I just sat there, didn't say a word, just nodded my head. I just wanted to sign that paper and get out of the building really fast, because I was already stressed and overwhelmed, anxiety, and I just wanted to get out of there real quickly. But luckily, that first IEP, he did receive services and resources. But I'm going to go through, so we have the New Mexico resources, National Nation information, so you have these that you can download. And then we have Grown in Beauty, so we have Colorado resources, and then Utah resources. So these are all of the state agencies that you can go on their website to see what early intervention services they provide, what their eligibility criteria are. So every state is different on their eligibility. And then if you guys have questions, please let us know. But our contact information at Parents Reaching Out, as well as Grown in Beauty.
And I just wanted to point out that PRO is one of, each state has a Parent Training Information Center, a PTI, and it's funded by U.S. Department of Education, OSEP, Office of Special Ed Programs. And so PRO is one of the agencies that has been around a long time. Arizona also has, it used to be called Raising Special Kids. I can't remember the new name. Encircle Families. And so they provide a lot of great resources for families. And we partner with Parents Reaching Out for this conference, other conferences that they have, their leadership conference. Again, look at those resources for parents training, parent training information centers. So are there any questions? I know we are at time at 10:29. Are there any questions for Dolores or myself? Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for all your information. Thank you for your information. We are appreciating all the words you have for us today. I would like to know what kind of services you have for people with mental illness.
so with the early intervention program, Birth to 3, they also provide infant mental health. And that's where the family service coordinator will recognize that, and that they'll coordinate that evaluation for infant mental health and for services and support. But that's a discussion with the family service coordinator and the child and family in regards through that process.
Any other questions? All right, oh, one more. We'll take one last one here.
Mike, thank you, and I appreciate the information. In the beginning of the early stages, in regards to indigenous communities being in very rural areas and environments, what are some of the most complicated issues that we face now and that is needed most important to understand? One thing I got was the communication is the best understanding for the parent to have a plan, a game of action to understand what their child and what they are to expect. So I live in Toyota, Colorado, so it is a little difficult. We have to move our children maybe to Shiprock or to Cortez for those services. So thank you.
Thank you for that question. Again, lack of resources. We still, we talked about infant mental health earlier, but there's not infant mental health specialists throughout every program. And so if children are experiencing attachment issues or those types of delays because of attachment issues or any other type of delay, then there still is a lack of resources. Coordinated care, again, if they are not eligible for early intervention, it's just really important to find that coordinated care for the individual as well. Again, I hate to say, but some of these children, when they get into preschool special ed, sometimes they don't receive the services that they need because it goes from a family perspective to a child perspective. And so there's limited resources, of course, transportation and those types of challenges that we experience when a family may need a specialty evaluation, maybe in Albuquerque or Phoenix. You know, we usually try to provide the transportation or funding to get them there, but you know, transportation is oftentimes an issue as well. I don't know if you want to add on to any of those.
I think that connecting families with the parent training information resource centers, and maybe parents reaching out as in New Mexico, but there's also the Colorado resource centers as well. But we can also partner and collaborate together and try to reach out in those rural areas. And so there's different ways we can help. Even like if they need record keeping binders, you can get a hold of us at Parents Reaching Out, and we can get that to them just to help them. Because that record keeping is really the beginning of advocacy. It really has all of their child's medical records, developmental milestones, their well baby checkups, all of these things, immunizations, and all of those things in one binder. Because I know I carried my binder for both my sons everywhere and had all of the information in there. And you feel more confident as a parent when you have that binder of resources available with you at that moment. And so I know that being in the rural area can be very isolating for the families and not knowing who to contact or who to talk to. And so, we at Parents Reaching Out, we can certainly help them and see where they're at and try to connect them to other resources. But there's always other ways that we can meet with the families as well. Oh, there's also the Navajo Nation map as well on the website. If you look on, right down the website on the Navajo Nation Navajo.nsn.gov, go on their website, there's a map on there that you can, it shows all of the states' early childhood within the Four Corners area where you can find services on there. So I've gone on there and looked for resources as well, and it's very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. We appreciate it. All right, with that, we have about 5 minutes for a break. Feel free to use the restroom or go visit some resource tables. We'll get transitioned for our next speaker here shortly, so thank you all. started with our next presentation. Happy to welcome Laurel Nesbitt from Disability Rights New Mexico. She's going to be presenting on Part B, referral evaluations and eligibility. So thank you, Laurel.
Thank you so much. My name is Laurel Nesbitt. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights New Mexico in Albuquerque. And I really am so happy to be presenting on this topic today. I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. But to thank all of you for your generosity in having us, Disability Rights New Mexico, and myself in this space to speak on these important topics. It's very, very energizing to be with all of you here today, and I really look forward to talking with more of you throughout the day and throughout this presentation as you have questions. The topic I'm here to talk about today, and I'll say more about myself in a moment, but I'm here to talk about IDEA Part B, meaning school age, referral, evaluation, and eligibility. Such an important topic and such an important stage in the special education process. I was very inspired, well, by the entirety of Ms. Yazzi's speech, but really by the thought that students with disabilities we need to honor as having gifts and as having promise. And this whole business of evaluating students with disabilities and identifying the disability, I think we have to move away from thinking about that. I don't really assume that many of you think this way, but we have to move away from that being a stigmatizing thing, learning that a child has a disability, and seeing it as a way, as an opportunity to receive services and supports, and really what the child needs to be able to make that promise a reality in school, okay? And to really get what they need out of school. So this is really a topic that I love to talk about because there are so many things that flow from getting that identification as a child with a disability who needs special education services. There's so much that, at least in theory, should flow from that, and very often does. Services, protections in certain situations. We're going to talk about some of that throughout this presentation today. Okay, just a little bit more about me. I'm, like I said, an attorney with Disability Rights New Mexico. And in that capacity, I do this work around special education in my professional capacity, but I also am the mother of now a young adult, college-age young adult with autism. And I've been through these. I've been in a lot of IEPs as an attorney, but I have been in a lot of IEPs as a parent too, and know a lot of what you guys go through with this process. Again, sort of talking about the gifts and promise that students with disabilities have. I remember when my son was little, and he's currently, my son is an adult, he's in art school right now in Portland, Oregon. And when he was little, he asked me, Mom, what's the difference between being artistic and being autistic? And I loved that question, and I gotta tell you, the question was much more interesting and memorable than my answer, okay? But what is the difference, right? And it really is something that we have to understand that kids with disabilities bring such gifts to school, you know? Speaking of questions being super important though, I have a lot of slides here. I'm not all that interested in getting through all of them. It's not a huge priority of mine. My biggest priority is to answer your questions, and I'm much more interested in hearing your questions than I am in hearing myself talk, because that happens a lot. Right? So I'd rather have your questions. So there is a slide at the end of this thing that says questions, but I want you to ask questions whenever you feel like asking questions, okay? The slides themselves, just like everyone's slides, just like everyone's materials, are available, you know, in your program. There's a link, right, to all the materials, and there's really good materials that are in there from all of our organizations. And I tried to assemble some materials on evaluation specifically from the other states and from the Native Americans. So, with that, again, please let me know if you have a question, and if I'm not seeing you, just keep trying, keep getting my attention, okay? All right, identification and evaluation. What this presentation is meant to address is sort of the framework by which kids are identified as having disabilities and needing special education related services. We're going to go over the federal standards, but we're also going to talk about, we're going to touch on BIE differences, though mostly it's really the same as it says in the slide. Students with disabilities have the same evaluation, reevaluation, and independent educational evaluation, IEE rights, under IDEA, the students in public schools. So that's the general rule of BIE schools, okay? And we'll talk about what some of those terms mean here in a minute. And then there will be some additional state standards and requirements for the other four corner states other than New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Utah. However, I really do invite my partners from other states who are very appreciative to have here today. If there are things that are different that I had not captured here, please interrupt me. I really want to hear that, and I want others to learn the real deal, not what I put on the slide. Okay, there are several key ways that students are identified as being a child with a disability, as the IDEA says, and as needing special education. There's typically identified through one of three ways. First of all, what's called the general child fund obligation, which I'll have a whole separate slide on that in a moment. The second way that you guys might be familiar with is the response to intervention process. And now that would be something like a SAT team, a student assistance team, or a system like a multi-tiered system of supports, or in New Mexico, got to be different versus a multi-layer system of support, right? So, but basically these tiered systems where they try to come up, where they try to use lesser interventions first to see if they can meet the child's needs without special education, okay? And then finally, there is, and this was addressed also in our great presentation from earlier on early intervention, referral. This would be the results of an initial evaluation, which was either requested by the parent. We'll talk quite a bit more about that part, where you can hold the reins in requesting an evaluation, or requested by the school, including those teams that we talked about before, the SAT team, or NTSS, and LSS. Now, the state's child fine obligations are pretty extensive. I remember when I was first doing this work thinking, what? Is this really the case? But really, the state has an obligation to identify all children with disabilities residing in the state, including children who are, for instance, in private schools, ones who are, I have some things underlined here, ones who are highly mobile, and importantly, this is always, I think, very, very important. Even if a child is advancing from grade to grade, they may still need special education services, and it is the state's obligation to get to the bottom of that, okay? So that's something to really keep in mind as well. So child fine is a very, very important obligation on the part of the school. Now the question becomes, how do you sort of help out the school in actually making good on their child fine obligation? Because it is all well and good to say, well, that's for the school to do. But you can help that along, if there's a way that you or others in the child's life can bring information to the school that will help to nudge them to do this identification. Some of the things that you could provide to give the school district a reason to suspect that there's a disability that requires special education is you can provide prior educational or medical evaluations, assessments, and diagnoses. You can express a concern in writing, I know I'm an attorney, but I'm going to be saying in writing quite a lot in this presentation. And it is important. I mean, what you say orally also matters, but put it in writing is a really good tenet when it comes to asking for evaluations, okay? But expressing a concern in writing to the district leadership or to the child's teacher that the child is in need of special education related services, or you think that they are. you can make a formal request for an evaluation for the child. We're really going to go into that. And alerting the district in writing to a possible pattern of behavior of the student, which may be disability related. Now, this pattern of behavior piece becomes particularly important, and I imagine some of you have experienced this. It becomes particularly important when you have disciplinary issues, okay, where there are behaviors that are related to a child's disability that are happening over and over, but maybe the child hasn't been identified as having a disability yet, right? And so you are in a position then, as a parent or as an advocate, to bring that to the attention of school personnel, that maybe this pattern of behavior has to do with an unidentified disability, okay? And then, to the extent that there is then a request for evaluation, or that nudges a request for evaluation, that starts the process. Okay. Now, this you would think this would be a simple question to answer, but it really isn't. Like, who has the right to request evaluation of a child under IDEA? Parent under IDEA is defined pretty broadly. Okay, it could be biological or adoptive parent, but it can also be a foster parent, unless there are state laws that prohibit foster parents from being a parent for purposes of IDEA. A guardian, generally authorized to act as the parent or to make educational decisions, but not the state if the child is a part of the state. Someone acting in place of that biological or adoptive parent, or maybe a surrogate parent. So there are lots of, it covers a lot of bases. But if there are more than one of these definitions that apply, always it defaults back to the biological or adoptive parent as being the person who's in a position to request evaluation. That is, unless the court, unless there's a judicial decree or order from a court that says right there in black and white who the educational decision maker is, who the person is that's supposed to be making these decisions. This becomes very, very, very important, of course, for children in foster care. And I know that one of our, I think Arizona has a really good material that I have, right? I mean, you guys have that really good material that I have in the folder for evaluation that says identifying the parent and parental consent to improve outcomes for foster youth in special education. This is a very, very important issue, and something that we have to always keep an eye on is how to get things going for kids who are in foster care, kids who are unhoused, children who are highly mobile. So let's talk about a parent request for evaluation, because again, that's where those of you who are parents of children with disabilities or children who you suspect have disabilities, that's where you're holding the reins. That's where you have the ability to actually reach out and say, I think that my child needs to be evaluated to see if there's a disability, okay? Now, it might not surprise you that the first bullet point here is that your request should be in writing. Yes, that's right. It should be in writing. Probably an email, or, well, it should be dated. It should be signed by you as the parent. An oral request should be recognized too, certainly under New Mexico law, that's true. But always better if there's a point in time that you've done it in writing, because I'm going to tell you why in a minute specifically. It should include the name of the student and why the parent believes the student is in need of an additional evaluation for special education. And we always recommend that people send it to the director of special education of the school, the principal, or other district representative who tends to come to IEP meetings, and the child's classroom teacher, okay? Just to try to cover those bases so that you can be sure that somebody's getting it and then doing what they're supposed to be doing with it. Okay. All right. So when you make your request handwriting, what then happens next is that there should be a response to that request. Now, I don't know how much you guys have experienced this regardless of there being a rule change, but delays in evaluation, like significant delays in evaluation. A parent asks for an evaluation, and then that evaluation doesn't happen for like, what, a year or something. You know, that's a whole year in a student's life that's gone. And so, timely evaluations are very important, and a lot of the New Mexico resources that I have put in the folder have to do with timeliness. But now in New Mexico, under our rules, and also in Arizona at least, within 15 school days, the school should be letting the parent know either yes or no. Yes, we're going to evaluate. No, we're not going to evaluate. If they say no, that they're not going to evaluate, then you have the opportunity to file a complaint about that. Okay, that becomes something that you can do. You can file a request for due process and pursue that and try to prevent any further delay. Also, I know at least in New Mexico, if they don't respond to you within 15 days, that's considered a denial. Okay, so a denial is either saying no or saying nothing. Okay, by the time 15 days roll around. If they say yes, then what they're also supposed to do is to give you, they're supposed to get what's called informed consent from you as the parent to begin the evaluation. And that's very important because I know in New Mexico, one thing that was happening was schools were saying, well, yeah, we'll do that evaluation. We're going to get to it. We just need to have somebody who can do the evaluation. It would take a super long time, and that consent form would be signed, but it would be signed right around the time that the school was ready to do the evaluation, instead of on a timeline that would require the school to do it sooner, if that makes sense. So once that parental consent is obtained, this is why that's important, because once that consent form is signed, they really only have 60 days to get the evaluation complete. So that's why you really want to get that consent part done, because that's what starts the clock for purposes of IDEA. That part is written right into IDEA, that they need to complete the evaluation in a timely manner within 60 days. Okay. Now, the only exceptions to this 60-day rule are if the parent fails repeatedly to present the child to be evaluated. Okay, so if the parent drops the ball and doesn't hit the child there, the district then has an excuse for their delay. And also if there's a change of school and it just is taking some coordinating, but things are moving along and the district is actually working hard to get it done. What does informed consent mean? Informed consent doesn't just mean signing a form saying that you're consenting to the evaluation, although the signature is very important. It means that you as the parent have been really informed about what kinds of tests they're going to do, why they're doing it. You really understand what's going to happen in the evaluation. That's what informed consent is supposed to be. It means that you as the parent understand and agree to the activity for which consent is sought, and the consent describes that activity and lists the records that will be released. Okay, what are the records that are going to be part of this evaluation? It also means that the consent needs to be voluntary and that you can revoke that consent at any time. I'm going to talk a little bit about the substance of the evaluation. Once they're actually doing the evaluation, there are certain things that really need to happen, and these are very, very important. There's the need to review existing evaluation data, okay? Evaluations, previous evaluations, information that comes from you as parents, assessments, observations, etc. I know that there is, you may have a medical, let's talk about autism for a minute, right? You may have a medical diagnosis of autism or ADHD, something like that has happened earlier in the child's life that you can bring in. And that is very helpful. It doesn't mean that your child is automatically going to get special education related services, but it does mean it is a piece of information that the school should take into consideration. I just want to say that Colorado has a good resource on this that's called Consideration of Clinical Diagnoses and Educational Identification. specific to autism, had a really good, it was probably about 5 years ago now, but had a really good presentation about autism evaluations and the need for schools to take those very seriously, okay, and to defer to those as much as they possibly can. So, but that is only one piece, but certainly those sorts of evaluations from before are very important. Now, when they do an evaluation, the school is supposed to assess the child in all areas of suspected disability. They can't pick and choose, really. They're supposed to actually do a cast the net wide and try to really figure out what's going on for this child that may require special education and services. So that's a very important part. They can't just use one test. They need to use a variety of assessment tools and strategies to gather the information that they're going to use to write up their report. No single measure or assessment. The instruments and methods that they use need to be technically sound. They need to, the second element is super important, they need to be not culturally or racially discriminatory. And they need to be provided in the language the child uses, the child's first language. These evaluations should be administered in the child's first language. Okay? They need to be administered by trained and knowledgeable personnel, and these instruments need to be renewed or updated if there's a reason to suspect a need, or if the parent requests, or actually the evaluation itself needs to be renewed or updated if there's a reason to suspect a need for a new evaluation, or the parent requests a new evaluation. Okay, so now we're at the stage of things where the evaluation has already taken place. There's a meeting that's held to determine whether the child will be eligible for special education. In that meeting, there's a group of qualified individuals and the parent who determine whether the child is a child with a disability. This is often, my experience, and maybe people have had different experiences with this, but my experience is that very often they have these two meetings just like boom, boom, right next to each other. They have an eligibility meeting and then they have an IEP just all at the same time. Okay, so that's, I think, a pretty common experience. I don't think it always happens that way, and I don't think it's necessarily intended to happen that way, but I think for efficiency, a lot of times schools do it that way. The name of the meeting kind of varies a little bit from state to state, but not much. In Arizona, they call it the Multidisciplinary Evaluation Team meeting. In Colorado, it's the Multidisciplinary Team meeting. In New Mexico, it's the EDT, Eligibility Determination Team meeting. And the meeting has to be, at least in New Mexico, it has to be held within 15 school days, of completion of the evaluation. And then, this part I was kind of thrilled about with our new rule, because I think we've all been in an IEP where we've been given an evaluation report, and it's like 30 pages long. We've had no opportunity to read that evaluation report. In New Mexico, they are supposed to give you that evaluation report 2 days before this meeting. So that's something you as a parent or as an advocate can ask for as well, right? To say, hey, if we're going to have this meeting next Monday, here it is Wednesday, we want to get this, we want to get that evaluation report so we can take a look at it and study it before the meeting. And that way you just have more information and you feel less vulnerable because you've been able to actually read it ahead of time. The timeline, again, very often these meetings are held right back to back, the IEP meeting, but if your child is found to be eligible, in both Arizona and New Mexico, the IEP has to be held within 30 calendar days of the eligibility meeting. And this is something that's also super important. Your IEP team meeting needs to have, once you actually have determined eligibility and you go into that IEP meeting, you need to have somebody there. This is required by law, but you do need to have somebody there who can draw the dotted lines between what the evaluation said and what your program is going to be for your child. Okay? Like, how does this translate into services for my child, what we found in this evaluation? So there needs to be somebody who can interpret the implications of the evaluation reports. And it may be somebody who serves a dual role on the team. But I think that is sometimes a problem in IEP meetings, is you don't have somebody who really understands what the connection is between the evaluation and what the program should look like, what the goals should look like, what the accommodations should look like, So making sure that that person is there and part of that team meeting. All right, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this, but these are the eligibility categories. Under IDEA, the children who qualify for special education are called child with a disability. That's the term that's used in IDEA. And it includes this list. This list, which you can read on the screen. Different categories of eligibility. Probably the one that is most bothersome is serious emotional disturbance. You know, always there are good terms for this. Really, you know, it's a very problematic term. I think it's in New Mexico. It's usually referred to as emotional disturbance. In Arizona, emotional disability. In Utah, emotional behavioral disability. Those terms I think are a little less hostile than emotional disturbance, but nonetheless, that's my John's view of it. But these are the categories, and some of these will be familiar to you. You know, on the screen: autism, traumatic brain injury. You know, there's other health impairment, which I think may have been on the previous page, which tends to be a catch-all for a lot of different disabilities, including ADHD. But the key to this, and this is part of the issue of, hey, you know, why can't I just bring my medical evaluation in and magically get special education services? There has to be a determination that the child needs special education related services in addition to having a disability. So the child may have a disability but not necessarily need any services to support them in school. And so I think, personally, I think that sometimes schools tend to come to that conclusion more often than they should, right? But that is a possibility that a child can have a disability and it wouldn't impact their learning, okay? Or their ability to be successful in school, academically, socially, etc. So that other element is pretty important too, then, that because of the condition of special education services. Some states do have additional categories. Arizona, for instance, has additional categories having to do with developmental delay and preschool severe delay. I want to just address this pretty quickly. This issue of an independent educational evaluation, or an IEE. This is sort of a superpower that you all have that you need to make sure you know about, right? Is that if there is an evaluation that is done that you disagree with, that you think was done badly, that you don't think the results are right, you have a right to challenge that evaluation once and only once, but you have the right to challenge that evaluation and say, no, I don't think this is right, and I want the district to pay for an independent educational evaluation by someone who is not an employee of the school. Okay, this needs to be someone outside the school who's doing this evaluation, and the school district needs to pay for it. Okay, that is something that you can do. Again, you can only do one of these per evaluation, so you can't keep shopping for another evaluation. You know, if you have, say you've had an evaluation for speech and language services, and the child doesn't qualify, so you say, I still think that my child needs speech services. So then you ask for an independent evaluation, and that independent evaluation also concludes that there are no services necessary. That's where it kind of ends. Okay, you don't have a right to then another independent evaluation, at least not at district expense. You can have that other evaluation, but that's what you end up paying for yourself or through your insurance. Reevaluation has to be done at least once every 3 years, unless the parent and the school agree it's unnecessary. I personally don't think people should reach that agreement. I think it's very important to continue to evaluate and make sure that the services that are being provided are appropriate to where the child is. It has to be conducted in the same way as initial evaluations if the school determines the educational or related service needs, including improved academic achievement and functional performance of the child warrant reevaluation, or if the child's parent or teacher requests a reevaluation, formally. They can't, reevaluations can't happen more than once during a year unless again, the parent and the school agree that needs to be done. Okay, this is, I realize we're running short on time. I really want to talk a little bit about discipline because the sort of interrelation of identification and discipline is really, really important. Children who are identified as having disabilities and needing special education or accommodations and modification they enjoy certain protections in the disciplinary process. And there's going to be an entire presentation on school discipline later. Our colleagues at the Native American Disability Law Center are going to be doing that really good presentation, so I won't go deeply into this. But the basic rule here is that when a student with an IEP, special education related services, or a 504 plan, which is accommodations and or services, when that child is suspended more than 10 school days, they're entitled to what's called a manifestation determination review, which some of you may have experienced, where they ask questions about whether the behavior that's gotten the child in trouble is related to their disability, okay? As the following slides show, these protections also may apply even where a child has not yet been evaluated and identified for special ed. So there is a piece of the rule on this that says even if your child doesn't already have an IEP, even if they don't already have a 504 plan, if there's knowledge on the part of the district that that there's a disability, that there might be a disability at play here, then they need to provide those protections. Okay, so the basis of the knowledge. Like, how would it be that a school would have knowledge of a potential disability? Here are some bullet points that again kind of point to what you can do as a parent or what you can do as an advocate in order to be able to bring that to the attention of the district. The parent, the district is understood to have knowledge if the parent expresses concern in writing, again, to teachers or administrators that the child is in need of special education related services. If the parent has requested an evaluation, or if a teacher or other school personnel express specific concerns directly to special education director or other school supervisory personnel about a pattern of behavior. Okay, very, very super important because obviously students with disabilities do not check their behaviors at the door, right? And very often they are suffering disciplinary consequences for being a person with a disability when they come to school. So, very important if in fact there is some reason for the district that they should know that your child has a disability, that they offer those protections. Another thing that is related to the disciplinary process, this is another superpower that parents and advocates have, is that if the child, even if the child has already been disciplined, if they have not yet been identified as a child with a disability, you can request what's called an expedited evaluation following a long-term suspension or expulsion. So this slide helps to kind of lay out what that might look like and gives you some sample language to use in making a request for evaluation like that. But again, just to repeat, if your child has already been suspended or expelled but has not yet been identified as having a disability, you can still ask for that evaluation. And why is that important? It's important because there's an ongoing obligation of the school district to provide services to a child with a disability, even if they've been long-term suspended or expelled. Okay, so that's a big deal. Okay, we've come to that magical slide where it says questions, and you guys haven't given me any interruptions with some questions. So is there anything that you've been thinking about that is a question that I can answer for you today? Yes. Oh. We can trade back and forth.
Mike Silverton from the Ute Tribe. Under the current administration, the Big Beautiful Bill, Section 110108, recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has special needs for purpose of adoption credits. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that provision, but I
Okay, I just wanted to see if we could get further clarification on that, and if it would affect tribal and individuals living off tribal reservations. And also in my district too, of Montezuma County, do you have any suggestions? Our district is ready to, or eagerly trying to just, I guess, sever cords with San Juan's Boise. And our county feels that they have enough students to establish their own special education program. Can you please inform me the good and bad? I know with our county, the state has intervened, but our county is very adamant on doing its own things without the state's approval.
Oh, big questions and important questions. Mike, I would really invite you to, if we could find a time to chat a little bit more about your first question, because I'd like to find an answer to that too. You're more familiar than I am. But the second one, just to clarify, you're talking about how the county wanting to sort of break off from state, federal, IDEA oversight and money and have their own special ed thing, their own, yeah. I mean, I think there could, my first kind of mental and physical response to that is, yikes, that sounds really scary, because there's a lot of system in place to support students with disabilities, and my position has always been, hey, school districts simply need to do what it says in IDEA, and the state needs to enforce that, and we've had issues with that in New Mexico, which is really a part of what Ms. Yazzie was talking about today, right? There is sort of a way of thinking right now around, the funding cuts and sort of the jeopardy that federal funds are in as far as special education, where we might have to begin to think more creatively. But it is true that there is a very, very complicated and very well thought out framework around IDEA and its regulations. And so I guess my hope would be that even if there's a break off from what's required by federal law, that they would be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Now all that is to say that right now they really don't have any entitlement to do that, right? They are required by law, by federal law, to do everything that's in IDEA. And so the idea that they're kind of doing their own thing is probably unrealistic, as far as that actually being able to happen. That's a really good question, thank you. Is there anybody else who has a question before we're done with this topic? I know there's other really interesting topics to come. So anything else that folks need to ask? Sure, let me get back there. And also, I'll be around throughout the entire day and would love to sit and talk about any questions you might have.
Hi there again. I work with the Hopi Tribe Election Committee, Election Board. I'd like you to go a little bit into the voting issue for the disabled.
Yeah, I don't, within this framework of evaluation, I don't think I have anything to say about voting, but I think voting is a super, the voting rights of people, of individuals with disabilities, very, very, very important. I know for all of our protection and advocacy talk with Disability Rights Arizona about the efforts that they have around voting, and making sure that people with disabilities are able to vote on election day, but also just more broad access issues, which again, without getting political and going into big things, there's a lot of stuff right now that may be infringing on that. So I would really say reach out to Disability Rights Arizona for more information about their voting rights work. Great question. Alrighty, I see Jen hovering over there, which means we're over time. But really, I thank you for all your patience and your attention today, and I really do invite any questions that you have throughout the day. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. All right, so we have a little break. You can do what you did for the last break if you like. Got some exhibitor time, bathroom breaks, and then we will have our next presenter start at 11:35.
Guys, I forgot to sort of flip through the slides here, and I'm just going to flip through them and show them to you, but in the materials you'll see there are lists of federal materials, Arizona's materials, Colorado's materials, New Mexico's materials, and Utah, NBIE. So all in that with that QR code, you can access all those materials, okay? Thanks, that was just a little piece.
And if you would prefer a thumb drive of the resources, we do have a few at our registration desk that you can request. we're going to go ahead and get started with our next presentation. We'll be on IEP training from Trudy Billy at Circle Families, and from Arizona, and Trishine Denevigay from EPICS in New Mexico. So thank you, ladies.
Okay, thank you, Jen. So my name is Trudy Billy. My plans are Bipatoni, Ashishchin, Kisani, Dashachedo, Todachini, Dashanana, Tunanis, Nasha. So I live in Tuba City, Arizona, and I live and work there. I have 2 children with disabilities, and I work for Encircle Families. Our mission at Encircle Families is to uplifting and supporting families and caregivers of people with disabilities so the whole family can thrive. So everyone that I work with, we all have a child with special need, and so we're able to do a parent-to-parent mentorship, helping with special education advocacy, teaching parents things like this IEP training, and then also with behavior supports and connecting to healthcare resources. And that's who I am. I'm going to turn it over to Sasheen to introduce herself.
Hello everyone, my name is Sasheen Denevigay, and my clans are Nanashtejatachini Nishlan do Todachini Bashishchi, Tuabaha Dashache do Tuabajnaja Dashinala, and I live in Albuquerque. I am originally from White Cone, Arizona, and I grew up in Kirtland, New Mexico, so kind of like everywhere. And I'm here with my son. He's sitting on the opposite side of the room, but his name is Aaron Jalen. He is 22 years old. He graduated in 2021, and he's half Navajo and half Red Lake Chippewa. So his name is Aaron Jalen. So if you guys want to say hi to him, he's at our booth, and I have a booth out there in the hallway. If you guys want to come check us out. And I work for a nonprofit organization called EPICS. EPICS stands for Education for Parents of Indigenous Children with Special Needs. And we just turned 40 years old. We were created in 1985 by parents in the Rio Grande Valley that consist of Pueblo and Navajo families that just wanted to know more about special education, and we just kept growing. So now our offices are in Albuquerque, but we target Native American families in the state of New Mexico. And we haven't turned down anyone. We have families that reach out from Northern California, Arizona, Utah, Colorado. So I always let them know about their parents' centers in their state. And okay, so EPIC's mission is EPICS aims to assist families to influence change in their communities to maximize positive outcomes for children with disabilities and special healthcare needs. So we thrive in helping parents with children with disabilities, and we just want to make sure that they have the skills to help their children in the public schools. Thank you. Okay, so our learning objectives today is the audience, the participants will understand the purpose of the IEP components, the roles of IEP team members, the IEP meeting, and strategies to ensure the child is making progress.
So special education, the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, IDEA, in 2004 defined special education as specially designed instruction at no cost to the parent to meet the unique needs of the child. So an eligible child has the right to a free, appropriate public education, and you'll hear FAPE a lot as it relates to special education services. Specially designed instruction just means that adapting as appropriate to the needs of the eligible child the content, methodology, or delivery of instruction to address the unique needs of that child. So every child who has a disability is different and they learn differently. It ensures access of the child to the general curriculum so that the child can meet the educational standards that apply to all children.
And the keys to effective participation. I always like to let the parents know that they have two different voices. They have their parent voice, and then they have their adult voice. So that kind of really helps the parent choose their voices in each of the meetings that we have for the IEP meetings. So the parent voice just has a lot of emotions. So that entails raising their voices, shutting down, or just not letting the person that's talking finish. So that's pretty much just parent voices. We always have like the emotions with it. But if we have our adult voice in these meetings, we can be calm. We can let the individual who's talking finish and collaborate and answer any kind of questions when it's their turn. So I really think that communication is very important and working together as a team again, and being prepared. When I help the parents before an IEP meeting, I always ask them, did you get your draft IEP? And some of the parents are, what is that? So I let them know that they can request a draft IEP to see the document ahead of time. So instead of not knowing what's in the IEP or the sections of an IEP, I let the parents know about the different sections. And then I also let them know about writing down their questions beforehand. Because when you're in the IEP meeting and it's your turn to talk, and it's like, do you have any questions? And sometimes you're just like, oh, I don't remember my question. But I help the parents, help them log it down and write it down so that they understand that they're prepared. And also, I also like to let them know that their parents, to let the IEP team know about the child's self-regulating skills, and also what are the triggers, what kind of sets them off in a school setting or even at the home. So the parents can have a really good collaboration with the IEP team. And another one is the record keeping. If we can get the parents to be prepared in record keeping. I didn't bring a folder today, but EPICS has a record keeping training, and we help parents just get organized and let them know that there's a place for everything for their students. And by having a record keeping folder, they can save so much time throughout the school year, and they have everything already prepared for them. And then also, I like to let them know about knowing their rights as parents and knowing their responsibilities, so that they don't feel confused or anything like that in the IEP setting. So with the parents, knowing your rights, you are an equal partner of the IEP team. I always like to let the parents know that. And you can request an IEP at any time. You can request an IEP through a phone call or talking to a teacher in the hallway. But the thing is making sure that you have a paper trail. So if you did talk to the teacher in the hallway asking for another IEP, it's always a good idea to respond by an email. Like on some of the topics that I talked to you on this day, we talked about requesting an IEP. So that can be part of your paper trail. So I like to let parents start their paper trail so that they don't have to be so unorganized. You are to receive a copy of your child's IEP, so that's another right
and then someone to interpret the evaluation results. Additional team members might include the student whenever appropriate. My younger son was always part of our IEP team meetings. I always made sure that he was there to hear what was being said about him, for him. Related service providers such as speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, nurses, school staff like bus drivers, lunchroom, especially if the child has food allergies that need to be taken care of. You want to have some cafeteria staff there. If they have transportation needs, then you want, of course, the bus driver or the supervisor of the transportation department to be there. And then others at discretion of parents or school. My son, as he exited high school, we had a VR counselor there to help us with that transition process. So always let the school know ahead of time that you're going to bring somebody. Consensus is a general agreement. It's not a vote. It's a group decision-making tool. IEP teams are encouraged to build consensus as part of the team with equal input from everybody. And what Seshi said earlier about how parents are equal team members, so their voice is just as important as the principal or the teachers. If consensus is not reached, then the public education agency representative, which is either the principal, vice principal, or someone else that's designated, they will ultimately make the decision in regards to what's going to happen for the child. Parent is always encouraged to document disagreements. So the PA representative is qualified to provide or supervise the provision of specially designed instruction. So the principal, they know the resources of the school, they know the limitations of the school, so they're always able to make that decision quickly. They're knowledgeable about the general education curriculum. They're knowledgeable about, like I said, the availability of resources, and they have the authority to authorize those services. And then they make the decision when the team cannot reach consensus. IEP meeting attendance. A member of the team can be excused in whole or in part when the parent in writing and the school consent to the excusal. The member submits in writing to the parent and the IEP team input into the development of the IEP prior to the meeting. So if they're not going to be there, they should provide input as to whether it's related services or if the teacher is not able to be there, they designate somebody to help to develop the goals in the IEP. So it should be done in writing as much as possible.
Okay, so the three required notifications is the meeting notice, the PWN, and the SPSN. Okay. I just want to say these acronyms because this is what they do in IEP meetings. And they always talk acronyms, and sometimes you have to be like, pause, what is a PWN? So the PWN is the prior written notice. It's the notice proposing or refusing to initiate or change the identification, evaluation, placement, or provision of aid. So as an example, I was using earlier is if a child's speech therapy and they're doing 15 minutes and the parent feels like, can we increase that to 15 more minutes and make it 30 minutes a week instead of just 15? So that's where the acceptance or the request would be put in right here, the PWN. And the procedural safeguards notice. That is an explanation of the parental rights given to parents at least once a year. So I always like to ask the parents, do you understand the procedural safeguards? It's like for their consent to do an evaluation or, again, the explanation of the parent rights is another thing that I like to tell the parents because I was talking about that on my previous slide. And again, the sections of the IEP. The present levels of
mentioned the present levels of academic achievement and kind of went over that a little bit, but this is the functional, this is a narrative that includes the strength of the student, and then the concerns and suggestions of the parents, how the disability affects the child's progress in the general education curriculum, and it's objective data from current evaluations of the student. So it could be their classroom grades, their assessment grades for that school year. So this is all information that is gathered as part of the evaluation process. And so this is what, if you think of when you're building a house and you have the foundation, this is the foundation of the IEP. And this is what all the goals and everything is built around. So it's where the IEP starts and the entire plan is built around this. It should give clear direction on appropriate goals, supports, and services, and identify special education needs as it relates to academics, social, behavioral, or emotional, physical, communication, and cognitive. So, how many of you have read an IEP? So you'll see a lot of statistics in there, you'll see a lot of percentages, and it's just talking about where the child is at that time, and that's what helps to develop the SMART goals. So the IEP SMART goals, they should be specific to the anticipated change in performance. It should be measurable, able to show progress through time, attainable, because it's one school year, it should be likely to be achieved in that one school year, and it needs to be relevant. So a child who has a learning disability isn't going to need, and they don't have behavior issues, they're not going to need a behavior goal. So it has to be really specific to that child, relevant to him or her. And then it has to be time limited. So in this example, this is a goal. After 1 year of specialized instruction, Megan will be able to decode words at the 25th percentile level as measured by the decoding score of the Gray Oral Reading Test. So it's specific to decoding words. It's measurable because it's saying she's going to reach the 25th percentile. It's attainable, and that's where your parent input is really important because you know your child the best. And if you feel like your child isn't able to meet this goal within that time, you can always voice that concern during the IEP meeting. But as an example, for Megan, this goal is attainable and relevant. Reading is relevant. It's one of her goals in the school. And then it's time limited to 1 year. So this is an example of a good SMART goal. And then accommodations and modifications. Accommodations change how a child demonstrates learning or proficiency. It's how they're tested. It doesn't change the content of the material or level of accomplishment that is expected. It's just changing how a child demonstrates learning or proficiency. Modifications change what a child is expected to learn or demonstrate. So that one is more of a change to what they're learning, modified course content. The subject area remains the same, like it could be math, but it might be modified to be relevant to the child. And then consideration of special factors. Usually it's a checklist, it's a list with check boxes and it's considered, determined, not needed or needed. Strategies or supports to adjust behavior. So if it's needed, that box will be checked. And after our presentation, you'll hear more about behavior. Assistive technology devices and services needs, if the child needs that, that will be checked. Language needs, such as the need for Braille, or if English is the second language, those kind of things. And then the child's language and communication these you will see in the IEP as a list of checkboxes. And then strategies and supports to address behavior. We get a lot of questions about this through our family support calls that we get every day during the school year. Children might have some behavior issues, they might be suspended, things like that. So positive behavior intervention supports are the best way to figure out why those behaviors are happening. It involves a lot of communication between the parent and the school, usually tracked through behavior logs. There might be a reward system that is set up by the teacher. So the formal assessment is called a functional behavior assessment, and then they do the behavior intervention plan. So I won't get too much into this because you'll hear more about that. As far as assistive technology,
And the acronym for assistive technology is AT. So it's, I always like to let the parents know about the acronyms because it's like an alphabet soup that we have as well for special education. And I also do a training for parents who understand the acronyms. So if you guys are interested, just always reach out to us and let us know. Let's see, can the assistive technology help the child with a disability access their education, including academic achievement and functional performance? The assistive technology can include aids such as eating, dressing, recreation, leisure, and home living, studying, reading, accessing the computer, composing written material, and performing math calculations, communication, and community access. So there's different varieties of assistive technology in the classroom. It could be a tablet that's speaking for the child, or creating terminology for the child to start using, like socks or something very simple, but getting them to learn how to use the assistive technology at home and at school. The IEP teams must ensure that assistive technology devices or services are made available to a child with a disability, if required, in order to receive FAPE. On a case-by-case basis, the use of school purchased assistive technology devices in a child's home or in other school settings is required if the child's IEP team determines it necessary in order to receive FAPE. You may be asked to sign a waiver about usage and liability. And the state of New Mexico usually has really good resources for assistive technology, and you can also check out some of their assistive technology, and you're going to be asked to do a waiver as well. So then part of the, we have a question. Go ahead.
What does the parent counseling and training look like? How would that be?
The parent,
Oh wait, let me give you.
Hello, thank you. The parent counseling and training, what would that look like, and when would it be appropriate?
I think as it relates to assistive technology, the parent training would come in teaching parents how to use certain types of assistive technology, like the communication device that Sashi mentioned. So it would just be providing training, and it wouldn't only be for the parent, it would also be for the school staff to learn how to use those assistive technology devices.
Okay, the related services help children with disabilities benefit from their special education by providing extra help and support in needed areas such as speaking or living. Counseling can be a related service as well. Counseling is needed for the child to access their education and make progress towards an IEP goal. For an example, checking in with a counselor first thing in the morning. Additionally, parent training can be related service as well on the IEP. Typically, if it goes under school supports, but can be helpful to engineer the home to match the school, train parent on behavior strategies, train parent on taking data to match with skills in the school environment as well. And how are these services or to be provided? So usually in the table or chart format on the IEP, and it indicates the specific service and service provider. So if you can see the log right here, there's a location, frequency, and duration. So that can really help the parent as well to understand the services that are provided to the child or student.
And then other supports for school personnel, training for school staff, like I mentioned with the assistive technology, they can provide that training. If a child has a G-tube and they require training for that, the school staff requires training for that G-tube, that can be written into the IEP. So it's specific to the need of a child, and it's an IEP team decision. Behavioral interventions also, and reading interventions. So all those things that you can, as a parent, you can request those supports for school personnel and for yourself. Counseling and training, providing parents with information about child development, assisting parents in understanding specific needs of their child, like if a child is diagnosed with autism or reading disability, helping parents to understand how to help their child, especially because kids, they go home and you have to help your child with homework after school. If your child has a reading disability, what is the best way to support your child at home? So providing that training to the parent, because we're not trained teachers, we're not teachers or educators in that sense, so we need that training as parents. Helping parents acquire necessary skills to support implementation of a child's IEP, and it's necessary for the child to receive FAPE. Other training areas, software platform use, especially, whatever Zoom classes, that we needed that training on how to use Zoom and how to interact through your classes. Reading interventions, teaching education, curriculum content, just to help your child do well with homework. And then least restrictive or extended school year, special education and related services that are provided to a child with a disability beyond the normal school year. It's not summer school, and it's an IEP team decision. Usually IEP meetings are held towards the end of the school year, and then that's when the decision will be made. And it's needed if you feel like your child is going to regress or recoup some of the information they've learned during the school year when they're on break during the summer. So that's what extended school year is, and it's an IEP team decision. Least restrictive environment is a student's first right is to be educated with his or her peers in the general education curriculum, or environment, and it's a placement is a decision made of the IEP team. The least restrictive environment section of the IEP will address to what extent the child can participate with non-disabled peers, and what are the possible harmful effects of placement. So those are all things that you need to consider, but the least restrictive environment is what you should choose for your child. This graphic it just shows the continuum of alternative placements. So the least restrictive is a general education classroom with his or her peers. And then after that is a resource classroom. Maybe they spend some time in the general education curriculum or environment, and then they get taken several days a week for a resource classroom, or during a day they'll get taken for 45 minutes or something like that out into a resource classroom. A self-contained classroom is more restrictive. A special public or private day school is a little more restrictive than that, but the most restrictive is instruction in home or if they're in a hospital. So this just shows the continuum of alternative placements. And then another thing that is often overlooked in this IEP process or the 504 process is school emergencies. Include a specific plan to address school emergencies like 911 calls, fire drills, evacuations, or lockdowns.
As a parent, what can I do? So before the meeting, I would like to let the parents know to start writing down their questions that they want, or writing down the child's triggers or what causes their child's behavior to escalate in the home or in the public, like when they go out to a movie or the mall. What are some of the child's triggers so that they can tell the IEP team like how to self-soothe the child, like the self-regulating tools. Again, my son is a really good example. He doesn't have it right now, but he has a fidget sponge, and that fidget sponge really helps him self-regulate himself. And when he was in elementary school, I asked the IEP team to add going out to the playground and going to the swings, and just swing for 5 to 8 minutes when he becomes overwhelmed. So that's another thing that us as parents, we can add to that part of the IEP. So again, before the meeting, just ask for a draft IEP. That can really help you understand the sections. Prepare and submit your input so that you don't feel off guard when they ask you those questions. Like, do you have any questions? And you're just like, oh, I don't remember what my question was, but I'll get back to you. And then examine the data. Also, keep a binder with all your child's records. And again, as a parent resource center, we do provide binders. So if you guys need any binders, just contact Epics and we can see if we can get you a binder. And review with an IEP training. Again, that's Epics, we can help you with that. And then our sister organization in the state of New Mexico is Parents Reaching Out. During the meeting, focus on collaboration, not confrontation. And again, that's where I distinguish the parents' voices. So it's like you use your adult voice versus your parent voice. Ask open-ended questions to clarify information presented. And then after the meeting, debrief and follow up. Again, use your paper trail skills and follow up through an email or a letter, something that you can go back the lack of progress, if a child is not making progress sufficient to meet the goal, then the IEP team needs to reconvene right away to ask, is the IEP being implemented as planned? Do goals and services need to be changed? Are there some unusual circumstances affecting the child's performances? Reevaluations occur like every 3 years, but you can also request it. And I also tell parents that if they wanted to do the paper trail, I have templates that can really help them on that too. Remember to document all emails, correspondence, and records. Again, that's part of the paper trail. And then, when a parent doesn't understand the paper trail until they get into a pickle, I would always call it, having a paper trail just always clarifies what they need. And then also, using the advocacy skills in everyday life, even just using, when you go through a drive-through and they put a hamburger in there, like, you already paid for it, but how are you going to advocate for yourself to get that hamburger? So those are some of the things that I like to put up in our training. And does anyone have any questions?
Well, thank you for your time. Like Sachin said, we're here for parents. I'm based in Arizona. I work with In-Circle Families. We help parents with this process all the time. If you think of a question later, feel free to reach out to us. We have tables out there. We have cards that are available for you. And then we're always open to coming to your school or your organization to provide these trainings as well. So keep us in mind for that. Thank you.
Yeah. This is our place. Sorry, I'll see you. I can give it to them.
talking about what happens if you are not in agreement with the school and what's being offered to your kiddo. What are your options as a parent if you need to engage in what we call dispute resolution, meaning how are we going to resolve this conflict? How are we going to exercise our rights to make sure that our kiddo is getting what they need to be successful? So you did already hear about this a little bit, but I'm going to go over it again. Procedural safeguards. I think I heard Trudy and Sashik talk about PSN, that's the acronym, Procedural Safeguards Notice. So the usual practice is that every IEP meeting, the school slides across the table this thick packet of legalese that no parent reads, they throw in the trash on the way out. I'm going to encourage you all to read that. Please read your Procedural Safeguards Notice. It is a lot, it can be overwhelming, it's supposed to be written in language accessible to parents, but it typically isn't. There's a lot of references to the law, a lot of complex language that is not super easy to understand. One thing I will say is that it does need to be presented to you in your language. So, if English is not your native language, you can request that the school provide it to you in an accessible language for you as the parent, including oral interpretation if that's necessary for you to understand. So be aware of that. And within the procedural safeguards, the reason it's so important is that it outlines what your rights are as a parent, including your dispute resolution rights. And I'm going to kind of go through what those rights are. Like I said, at least once a year, usually the school does it at the IEP meeting. There are some other times in statute when the school is required to hand those procedural safeguards out. The first time a state complaint is filed in a given school year against a district or due process complaint. And of course, anytime a parent asks for it, the school needs to produce this to you. So be aware of that. And this is kind of a high-level plain language summary of the different rights that are contained within the procedural safeguards notice. So the first is an opportunity for parents to review their child's records. You have that right anytime you request it. There are timelines associated with it. The school has up to 45 days, but if you have an upcoming IEP meeting or a hearing, you should get it before that. So you can get access to your kiddo's records, not just special ed, but attendance, discipline. You have a right to review those records. Also in the procedural safeguards notice is discussion of the parent's opportunity to participate in meetings relating to a child's special education. So you heard about that, the annual IEP meeting. If there's an evaluation, there will be an eligibility determination meeting. You have a right to be included in that as well. You also have the right to obtain something called an independent educational evaluation of your student. And I will talk about that a little bit. That's, I think, a really useful tool for families when you're in the middle of dispute resolution. It's kind of a way to get a second opinion and have an expert on your side and in your back pocket. So I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. You have the right to mediate, and I'm going to talk about what that means. You have the right to present a complaint. You have a right to know that your student's information is being kept confidential and private. You have the right to receive prior written notice, which I know Trudy and Sashi talked a lot about, that PWN. You also have the right to give or withhold your consent to an evaluation and at the initial provision of services. So parental consent is required before a child is evaluated and before the school begins providing special education for the first time. And then the last one in the procedural safeguards notice is that the child has a right to a surrogate parent in the event that the school can't find or identify or the child does not have a parent who can serve otherwise. You have the right to have a surrogate parent appointed. So like I said, the school versions of this are not always the most parent-friendly. I threw up in my slides here a couple options for parent-friendlier versions. So Encircle Families, which is Arizona's Parent Training Information Center, has their version of the procedural safeguards notice called Traveling the Special Education Highway. I'm guessing the PTIs or PNAs from the other states have some as well. A lot of the information in these guides is federal, meaning it applies to any of the states or the BIE. So hopefully, looking at this, it's not too state specific, but you can also look at your state's PTI website to see if they have something similar. And then I well as some resources from our organization. We have tips of the day blog posts that kind of go through all the procedural safeguards in parent-friendly language. We also have an animated explainer video series, which I really like. I worked hard on it. And I think it's great because it's got like little animated people showing you what each of the dispute options are. It's in English, Spanish, and ASL, and captioned. So all of this is within the resources that are included on the flash drive you got at registration. So take a look if you have time. Go on our website or YouTube channel, watch some of these videos because they may be more entertaining than me to explain this stuff. So now I'm going to kind of go through each of the different dispute resolution options. So unfortunately, although you're going to utilize all the great tools and techniques that Trudy and Sasheen went over in your IEP meeting, and you're going to hopefully, everybody's going to come to that great consensus to do what's right for your kiddo, sometimes there are disagreements. And we are not always all on the exact same page about what a student needs or is entitled to. That said, parents are members of the IEP team, are entitled to equal participation in the process, but I think in all 4 of our states, at the end of the day, the school has the final say on what goes in the IEP. So I often have parents say, they proposed this nonsense and I stood up and stormed out of that meeting, so there's no way they can implement that change in placement, or there's no way they can take away that service because I walked away and I didn't sign anything. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. The schools don't need parents to sign off on changes to the IEP. Like I said on the previous slide, parental consent is really only required at 2 points. It's before an evaluation and before a student first starts receiving special education. After that, schools can change services in an IEP. They can change a student's placement. They can even exit the student from eligibility without the parent agreeing. The school does have to engage in some procedures, like having a meeting, issuing a prior written notice. But if they have the meeting, they invite the parent to the meeting, the parent comes, the parent's given the opportunity to meaningfully participate and say, I strongly disagree. The school can still say, too bad, we're doing it, and then issue a prior written notice saying, parent wanted this thing, we refuse to do it, here's why. That is all permissible in the way the statute is written. So what do parents do in that situation? If you can't, say, I refuse to sign, what do you do to express that you are not in agreement, that you don't want that change to take place? I'm going to go over your options. So I would say, first of all, don't get up and storm out of a meeting. Stay till the end, make sure you hear everything that's said, make sure you get a copy of the new document, make sure you get a prior written notice that documents why they did what they did, and say, I strongly disagree, I will be pursuing dispute resolution, see you later. But don't get up and storm out and think that just because you left, the school can't implement what they talked about, they can. So all of these I kind of mentioned a little bit. They're in the procedural safeguards notice, but I'm going to go through each of them in a little bit more detail now. So the first opportunity really to resolve a dispute is in an IEP meeting. So let's say your kiddo typically has their IEP meeting in September of each year. Well, here we are, we're in second semester, it's March, and you don't think that the services your child is receiving are working, or you don't think the school is following the IEP correctly. You have some kind of dispute with what's going on. You can call an IEP meeting, as I think Trudy and Sasheen talked about. You can ask for an IEP meeting before the annual due date. You don't have to wait till September. You could ask for a meeting sooner and try to resolve your dispute with the school at that meeting. And this is usually the first step we'd suggest. If a parent says, I want to sue them, they're doing something I don't like, we're always like, well, have you had a meeting? Have you told them that you're in disagreement? Have you asked for a resolution? So always start with that. Request the IEP meeting, go to the IEP meeting, explain your concern, see if you guys can reach a consensus, and then the problem is fixed much more quickly than it will be if you have to file a complaint. So this is the fastest and least adversarial way to fix an issue that a child is facing. As a lot of this was talked about, you can invite anyone with knowledge or expertise. So if your child has, let's say they qualify, they have their annual IEP in September. In December, you took them to just a doctor, and the doctor diagnosed them with a new and different disability, or you have some other kind of new information that you want to share with the team. You can ask for able to come, you can even invite that person to the meeting. They can share their knowledge or expertise in the meeting with the rest of the IEP team. Some states, specifically Arizona, we do have a timeline associated with when a meeting has to be held after a parent requests it. I looked in the regs for Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico and could not find a timeline. But in Arizona, from the time a school receives a parent's request for an IEP review meeting, this isn't about evaluations, it's just, hey, I want to have a meeting, something's not working well, let's meet. The school has to have that meeting within 45 school days. It used to be 15 school days, which was a lot better, because 15 school days is still 3 weeks. 45 school days could be 9 weeks, so they could take a long time, but at least there is a timeline, so you can hold them accountable. They can't just ignore your requests for meetings, at least in Arizona. And then, if you get to the end of that meeting and you have not been able to resolve your dispute, make sure you're asking for that prior written notice. Say, I wanted a one-on-one aid for my kid. Y'all are saying my kid doesn't need it. I think really it's because you don't want to pay for it, but maybe you didn't say that out loud. But I think my kid needs a one-on-one aid. You're not willing to provide that. I want a prior written notice documenting what we talked about, what I wanted, why you're refusing, what your reasoning is. Make sure that you get all of it in writing in that prior written notice, which you are entitled to after the IEP meeting. So let's say you request an IEP meeting, you try to go, you're ready to talk, you have all your notes, and the classroom teacher is just running the show, won't let you get a word in edgewise. They've scheduled the meeting for 25 minutes because that's how long they have between first lunch and second lunch. And then they kind of kick you out. They're like, all right, we have the meeting, check the box, goodbye. In that kind of situation where you really feel like it's not even that we have a specific dispute, it's that no one's listening to me, the meetings aren't being run well. I think if we could just get someone to sit there and give everybody a chance to talk, we could work through this. A facilitated IEP might be the best solution. So I did look, all 4 of our Four Corners states has a facilitated IEP program through the state education agency. It's free of charge. And then the BIE, Division of Performance and Accountability, also should have a facilitated IEP program. I couldn't find like a direct link on the website to request it, but there was an email address and a contact person, so you could reach out if your child is at a BIE school to request that free facilitated IEP. And what these typically look like is the state education agency either has on staff or has a list of contracted facilitators who they've done some training with. They've educated them on what IDEA is, how to facilitate, give it both sides equal opportunity to speak, and then they run these meetings. And so I think mostly for me, the biggest benefit is that they typically ask both sides to allot 3 hours for the meeting, which is really hard to get for an IEP meeting because schools are like, they are so busy. And so they are trying to squeeze these meetings into really tight times. Having 3 hours, that is a good chunk of time to really sit down and go through line by line an IEP. It should give the parent time to really talk about what their concerns are and be heard. And the facilitator will often even call the parent beforehand, call the school beforehand, and be like, what are the sticking points? What do you want me to help with? They don't decide who's right or wrong. They don't say, yes, the kid is getting 60 minutes. They won't say that, but what they will do is say, oh, let's give the parent an opportunity to speak, please. They'll kind of set the ground rules, help the team go through the entire IEP and not skip important sections. So this can be really helpful if the crux of the problem is IEP meetings are not going well. I think I can resolve the dispute. I just need somebody there kind of as a referee in my IEP meeting to keep everyone focused. So this is the one I mentioned, independent educational evaluation. So this is great. This is like my favorite parent side tool in IDEA. This gives you, it's the firepower really for parents. If you are going to have to actually file a complaint and go to a hearing, it's going to turn on whether you have an expert who supports your position. Because a parent can come in and say, my kid needs a one-on-one aid all day long, and the judge is going to be more convinced by the school psychologist who has the credential who says, no, they don't. But if you're a parent and you have an expert who's also a school psychologist who has done their own evaluation of your child and has their own opinion of your child, and they support you as a parent, here are the reasons why, here's the testing I did, that's going to be much more convincing to a judge. So you can use this tool even before you're contemplating going to a hearing. It's available to parents, and essentially what it is a second opinion from an expert evaluator. So anytime the school does an evaluation, if the parent disagrees with the evaluation, they have the right to ask for an independent educational evaluation. I put in parentheses at public expense, because technically, the parent can go out and pay thousands of dollars for an independent educational evaluation whenever they want. But at public expense is the important part. So if you want the school to pay for that, you have to do it at a certain time, which would be after a school has done their own evaluation and you have reason to disagree with it. When a parent requests an independent educational evaluation at public expense, the school has only two legal options to respond. One, they can say, all right, sure, we'll pay for it. Usually they have a list of pre-approved independent evaluators who they'll give to the parent, but the parent doesn't have to pick someone off that list. You can pick anyone who fits the criteria, meaning typically that they're licensed in a certain way, they're located probably within, at least within the state or within a 50-mile radius or something. So if you can find someone who meets criteria, it doesn't have to be on the list. So that's one option. They can just say, sure, we'll pay for it. We'll set up a purchase order or whatever, pay them directly. You take your kid to get evaluated. Great. The other option is if the school wants, they can fight it, but they have to ask to go to court to fight it. They can't just say no. So sometimes we see that schools are like, no, we're not going to pay for that. They cannot say that legally. If they do, you should file a state complaint, which I'm going to talk about next. But they can say, we think we did a great job on our evaluation. We do not want to pay for an independent evaluation. So we're going to take you to court, more or less. We're going to take you to a hearing. So they file a due process complaint against the parent, but they will have the burden of proof before the judge to say, what we did was adequate, we shouldn't have to pay for an independent evaluation. I will say, in general, especially if you can point out something specific that was done about the school's evaluation, like I had a kiddo, and they did all this testing on it, and then when we were reviewing it, they're like, oh, he didn't wear his glasses for any of it, but he needs glasses. I was like, well, I'm not sure I want to rely on the data you collected on a kiddo who wasn't wearing his glasses while you tested it. So that was a good reason for me to be like, we want an independent evaluation, and they didn't really want to push back on that. So especially if you have a good reason for asking for it, I typically see that schools will fund it, because although these evaluations are getting more and more expensive, it's still cheaper to pay for it than to go to a hearing and have to pay an attorney to defend you at a hearing. So more often than not, when these requests are made, schools will agree to fund the evaluation rather than file due process. But I tell parents, there's a risk. There's always a risk that if you ask for this, you may get due process filed against you and find yourself having to go before a hearing officer to explain why you think you're entitled to an IEE in this situation. But generally, it's a pretty safe bet to ask for it. And then, once you get it, as I said, you have this expert document, testimony that can support your position, hopefully. And if it doesn't support your position, then you know you may not have such a strong case and you may not want to push it any further. But if you can get an expert who evaluates your kiddo, creates a great report that contradicts what the school is saying or offering, that's awesome. Because now you have someone that the school paid for. You didn't even have to pay for them. The school paid for them to learn about your kiddo and put together some amazing documentation about why your child needs what you've been saying they need this whole time. Some limitations. So you can only get one of those per school evaluation. So if the school evaluates, you ask for an IEE, they agree, they fund it, your private evaluator evaluates, and they're like, I think the school is right. You don't get to say, well, now I want another one. I need a third opinion. You don't get the third opinion. You only get that second opinion. Although the next time the school evaluates, it kind of resets, so you could do it again after the next school evaluation. But just one independent per school evaluation. The other thing, this isn't in statute, it's kind of based on case law, but there's more or less a 2-year statute of limitations. So if the school's evaluation is more than 2 years old, and you ask for an IEE, the school can say, hey, we haven't evaluated in over 2 years. We get to evaluate first. And that's typically permissible. The courts would probably say, yeah, that's right. Let the school evaluate first. If you disagree with their new evaluation, then then ask for an IEE. But the one you're contesting is so old, it's not really fair to make them pay for a private one. I mentioned that agency criteria issue, meaning like they'll say, okay, you want a psychological evaluation, you need to find someone who is a licensed school psychologist, who is within 50 square mile radius of the school district. Those are typically pretty common types of criteria, especially if you're in a more rural area or there aren't people close by. You could probably dispute that and be like, there's literally nobody within a 50-mile radius of where I am. You need to allow me to pick anyone in the state, or if you're kind of, in a border area, maybe in another state, but they're actually geographically closer to where I am than the nearest big city in my state. So you can dispute some of that. The biggest thing you may have to dispute is cost criteria. We see this a lot. School districts will say, oh, we'll pay up to $400 for a psychological evaluation. And then you call around and there's no private psychologist who will do it for less than $2,000. So if you can kind of bring some of that data back to the school and say, hey, I called the people on your pre-approved list and they all charge $2,500 or more, the school will, if they're going to be reasonable, they will have to say, all right, yeah, okay, we did say they were pre-approved and we know that that's really ridiculously limiting. So you have to be able to actually get the IEE. The agency criteria can't be so limiting that you're not even able to get it. So they may give you kind of a list of criteria, but just know that it's not set in stone. You can kind of push back on it. So the biggest downside of IEEs, it'd be great if you went out and you got a private person who agreed with you and they wrote down, yes, kiddo needs a one-on-one aid. And then you bring that to the school and the school's like, oh, the expert says it, so we're gonna do it. That would be great, because then all our problems would be resolved. We just find good experts who say what we want. The district, unfortunately, they don't have to follow the recommendation in the IEE. What they do have to do is have a meeting, go over the recommendations and the results of that evaluation, invite you to the meeting, and if you want to bring the evaluator to the meeting, you're always welcome to invite anyone who has knowledge or expertise, so that would include someone who's evaluated your child. But if the expert is going to charge for their time attending the meeting, probably the district doesn't have to pay for that. So either you have to find an expert who's willing to just come, and many of them are, especially if it's over Zoom or something like that, or you may have to pay for their time to come to the meeting. But you can invite them, the school has to go over that evaluation, and then they have to make a determination again, and kind of go through the same process. Parents have to be allowed to meaningfully participate, but at the end of the meeting, if there isn't consensus, the school decides, yeah, we're still not going to do that. Again, they have to issue a prior written notice saying why. But now, maybe, and a lot of parents will say to me, this is a waste of time. I knew they would never do what I wanted, even if I got an expert. Why did we waste time doing this? We should have just sued. And I always say, well, you can't just ask for a hearing without an expert on your side, because you really do need that to win in a hearing. And so this first step, you actually have an opportunity to say, school, here's another chance. Look, I have really great evidence. I have an expert. They agree with me. Please just do the thing. Save us all time and money. And sometimes the schools will do it. I mean, I will say frequently the schools will do it. They may not do exactly what you want, but they'll look at it and they may be willing to come to that compromise position just based on you getting this done and having them look at it. But if they don't, now you're much better prepared to go to a hearing if you have to. You are ready to say, I have this written documentary evidence I can submit. You can potentially bring the expert as a witness to your hearing and have them go through direct and cross-examination. Again, their time you may have to pay for. The school won't pay for their time at a hearing, but they have paid for that written evaluation. So that alone is really helpful as well. So you're much more prepared if you do have to go to a hearing if you have the IEE and the school paid for it, which is the best part. Okay, another option before we get to filing a complaint and going to a hearing is mediation. So again, all 4 states plus the BIE have mediation programs. Very similar to facilitated IEP. These are free, fully voluntary. The school or the parent can ask for it. So I'm obviously, I think it's coming across my language, I'm a parent-side attorney. So usually in my experience, it's the parents asking for it, but schools can ask for it too. And I would encourage anyone from the schools who are here, if you have a tough parent and you're constantly asking for stuff and you're telling them no, or they're just not being reasonable or listening, you could utilize the facilitated IEP process. If you have a belligerent parent in a meeting who won't let you get a word in edgewise, same kind of thing. Ask for a facilitated IEP. Now the parent can say no. It's voluntary on both sides, so the parent could say no, but I would hope they would say yes, and then you have that neutral third party there to facilitate and keep everyone focused on the student. Same with mediation, fully voluntary, either side can request it. These are trained professionals, most of whom have some kind of background in special ed, and they will come and sit. So the facilitated IEP, you're going through the whole IEP, the present levels of performance, the goals, the services, the accommodations, the placement. For mediation, you're typically just focusing on the dispute. So I keep using this as an example because I see it a lot. A parent wants a one-to-one aid for a kiddo, school doesn't want to pay for it. So let's say that's the issue. So you come to mediation. Typically, again, the mediator has called the parent ahead of time, gotten their side of the story, called the school ahead of time, gotten their side of the story. You come to mediation, you hear a little spiel about everything that's said in mediation is confidential, your notes have to be destroyed at the end of this. So you talk through that, and then you kind of talk. And usually when I do it, I have the parent prepare sort of an opening statement, and that alone can be really powerful for some parents who feel like they have not been heard for years and they've been struggling. Parent can come and say, here's what has happened to my kid in your school. I'm mad about this terrible thing happened. So they can do the opening statement and kind of get their story out. And then usually what the mediator will choose to do is caucus, meaning put the two parties in different rooms and kind of shuttle back and forth between, so that we're not all in that very high tension, high emotion space fighting directly. But we'll go into separate rooms. The mediator will come in, let's say I'm with the parent, and say, what do you want? And the parent will say, I want a one-to-one aid for my kid. That's what they need all day, dedicated one-to-one. They need this level of training, they need this, and this. And so the mediator will say, great, let me take it to the school and see what they have to say. The school's like, absolutely not. We don't want to provide anything at all. And the mediator may push and say, well, what if you put them in a different class where there was a lower student-to-teacher ratio? It's not a dedicated one-to-one, but they're going to have more adult support. And the school's like, well, yeah, we do have a program like that, we could do that. So they bring that back to the parent. The parent's like, no, I wanted a one-to-one. And then the mediator's like, well, what if they shared an aid with 3 other kids? Like, there is an aid, but there's 2 other kids using them too. So, you get to that point where eventually maybe you've reached a compromised position and you have the mediator going back and forth trying to help people be creative with ideas and figure out what can we do to get the parties to an agreement. If you do come to an agreement, which is awesome, then it gets written down. You have a written agreement. And if you're there without attorneys, the mediator might write the agreement. Again, in my experience, those are not the best written agreements ever, but they'll write something up, and it is technically enforceable in the state or federal court if either side breaches the agreement. If you're there with an attorney or the school has their attorney, they may write the settlement agreement, and it'll typically be a little more watertight and enforceable. But I will suggest, if you are facing this situation, we have the blog post about mediation, but we also have a blog post about how to write enforceable settlement agreements, which I hope you never have to do. But if you're kind of in that situation where like something's getting written down and I'm agreeing to it, and the school is saying they're going to provide it, I want to make sure it's watertight. I would suggest looking at that blog post, because sometimes schools will say things like, we agree to consider X, Y, Z. And then the parent's like, great, they're gonna do the one-to-one aid. They said they would consider it. And then they're like, oh, we considered it, we're not doing it. And so the parent's like, shoot, they got me. So language can be tricky in those agreements. You want to make sure it's super specific on like timing, who's going to provide it, what's it going to include, what are the credentials of the person. So just making sure whatever gets written down is incredibly specific, so that there's no miscommunication about what was agreed to, and there's no opportunity to kind of, get out of something that you thought you had agreed to or the school had agreed to. So again, all the states are there, plus the BIE. You can request it, it's free, it's fully voluntary. It's a really good option to use before you file a complaint or after. So it's available in most circumstances. So if you're like, I really want to try and work out this issue with the school, I don't want to file a complaint, it's a small community, I don't want to piss people off, let's try this first. And you can request it and you can go whether you filed a complaint or not. You can also go after you file a complaint. So as I'll talk about in a minute, once you file a due process complaint, there is a mandatory resolution period where before you go before a judge, you
you are asked to go to the resolution period and try to work things out. And you have two options for that, a resolution session or mediation. So you could do mediation at that stage as well. So mediation is pretty much always available until you have a ruling from a judge. It's a great way to try to settle a dispute without having to go to a full hearing and get a final decision from a judge. And you can get things, I'll talk a little bit more about remedies at the end, but sometimes you can get things in mediation that you couldn't necessarily get even if you went before a judge. The judge is a little bit limited in what they can order, but at mediation, the school might say, hey, we'll buy the kid a laptop, or we'll send the kid to equine therapy for the summer. And those are probably not things you would get from a judge, but in mediation, there's a little bit more flexibility to figure out something that works for both parties. So I will also kind of pitch that that's a benefit of trying to settle rather than fully adjudicating something. Okay, so the state complaint process. This varies from state to state, as I learned at this conference last year. In Arizona, unfortunately, our state complaints are pretty limited to procedural violations of IDEA. What that means is if the school has failed to follow a process in IDEA, you can file a complaint with the state about it. So that's usually things like failing to follow timelines appropriately, not issuing a prior written notice when they were supposed to, having a meeting and failing to even try to invite the parent. The biggest one is they're not following the IEP. That's when I most often file these types of complaints. So the IEP actually says student is supposed to get 60 minutes of speech therapy a week, and the school hasn't had a speech therapist all year because she's been out on maternity leave. So you know your kiddo has not received any of the speech therapy they were supposed to receive. In that case, a state complaint would be appropriate. The state education agency can must investigate your allegations and issue a finding within 60 days. And if they do find non-compliance, they have to order corrective action, which typically includes, if it's for an individual student and they miss services, it should include some type of discussion of what we call compensatory education, which means make-up services for what was missed. It can also include training for staff, policy changes. If there's, my example, the speech therapist has been out on maternity leave all year, they may say, hey, this is probably a systems issue. I'm guessing your kid isn't the only kid who needed speech therapy this year. They could order them to do more of a deep dive audit and see have other kids been denied a service that they're supposed to be receiving? Do they need to get comp ed? So that's kind of what the relief can look like for a state complaint. Now, I think in other states, the SEA is more willing to look at what we call substantive issues. So I think my child should have been found eligible for an IEP and they were denied. If you tried to file that in Arizona would say that's for a judge to decide. We don't want to look at that. But I think possibly in other states, the state education agency would be more willing to actually look at the evaluation report and make more of a determination on a substantive issue like that. But in Arizona, decisions about what's in the IEP, eligibility for the kiddo, placement, typically are, well, always, our state education agency will say, no, that's outside our jurisdiction. But this is a good option in many ways because it's free. You definitely don't need a lawyer to file it. Very little legwork on your part as a parent. I think, I looked on the websites, I think all 4 states have like an online form you can fill out to submit it, so you're not having to write something, yourself and format it beautifully and email it or anything, or mail it, although you can. But it's pretty easy to submit. And then the state education agency does the investigative work, so they're the ones who then go to the school and ask for records. They're the ones who interview the school staff. They may call the parent, the complainant, and interview them as well. But you're not having to get an expert witness. You're not having to cross-examine the school psychologist, right? It's a much lower lift for the complainant, but the results vary, right? Depending on your state and who your investigator is. Some things to be aware of with the state complaint process. You have a 1-year time limit on it, so you can only complain about things that happened within the last year, from the date you filed back 1 year. So let's say July 18th. If I'm complaining about something that happened on July 15th, 2024, and I filed today, I'm probably out of luck. They're not gonna investigate has to be within the last year. Another really good thing about it is you do get your results within 60 days, if not sooner. Like, they have their own statutory requirement to fully investigate, issue findings, and or corrective action within 60 days. So that's kind of a long time in kid world. It is 2 months, but it's faster than going to a hearing. You'll get a result more quickly. The other thing is that anyone can file this type of complaint. So some of the stuff I was talking about, like a facilitated IEP, mediation, and due process, when I talk about that, you have to be the child's parent, as has been defined under IDEA. So the bio or adoptive parent, kinship, foster, surrogate, you have to be that person who's been designated the child's parent to file those complaints. This one, anybody can file. Anyone who knows there's non-compliance with IDEA, including a teacher, could file this complaint. I'm not advising teachers to do it. I know there could be employment ramifications of that, but anyone can file it. An organization can file it. We've filed state complaints on behalf of a class of students or an individual student before. So that's really cool. Usually the state does want to get in touch with the parent and get their consent to move forward, but it doesn't have to be the parent who files. So that's kind of a unique thing about the state complaint. So that's the state complaint. Next, OCR complaints.
Amanda?
Yes.
Sorry, if I could just say real quick, and I think I can yell, okay? Okay.
I'm not the live stream here.
Oh, okay, that's it. So my question really had to do with I mostly wanted to say that New Mexico is a state where we can do more substantive complaints, like we can complain about specifically my child isn't getting this service, my child is not, is not getting something that's supposed to be getting in the IEP, So we can do that, and it is great that anyone can file it, and it is great that it's a very streamlined process for parents. I was kind of hoping you could also speak to, though, what recourse parents have when there's like even a good corrective action plan. And actually in New Mexico, we've had some really good corrective action plans, right? I mean, we recently had a lot of success with state complaints, but then when the district still doesn't do what they're supposed to do under the corrective action plan, kind of what's the next step, which I think you're getting to due process, but I just think that's sort of a problem that we run into some in New Mexico is that, really good results on state complaints, but then getting the district to do it.
No, that's good. Yes, so until recently, I would say Arizona, not only were they very limited in what they would investigate, but when they did find non-compliance, the corrective action plans were like a joke. It would be like, send an email to all your staff reminding them of the law. And I was like, what? That's ridiculous. They need real training, they need real policy change, and my kid needs 1 million hours of content. Like, why aren't you ordering it that way? So if that occurs, like you have a finding in your favor from the state, they do order corrective action, it's bad corrective action, or it's good corrective action, but the school isn't complying with it, you do have the option to file a due process complaint. Some states have appeals processes for the state education agency's findings. Arizona doesn't. Does New Mexico?
In state complaints?
Yeah, can you appeal a state complaint?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. I don't think most do. So you can't really, their decision is final from them, but it doesn't preclude you from then filing a due process complaint and saying to a judge, hey, there was a finding in my favor, or there was a finding against me that I think was wrong. I want you to look at it again. I want you to look at the corrective action and determine if that was actually adequate to make my child whole for what they missed out on. Is that okay? Yeah, so, and I'm now, let me go to due process. I'm gonna come back to OCR because that's depressing. So due process is really like the hammer, right? So when parents are like, I'm gonna sue, what they really mean is I'm gonna file due process because you can't sue under IDEA directly. There's this weird thing called administrative exhaustion. The law says you can't go straight to court under IDEA. You must first exhaust your administrative remedies. and your administrative remedy includes going before an administrative law judge. So it's like going to court, but a little bit less intense, not as much motion practice and filing. It's really more like you're having one evidentiary hearing in front of a single administrative law judge. But you have to do that before you can actually sue, before you could go to court. So this is definitely the biggest leverage parents have. You say, I'm going to file due process against you. So you have 2 years to file. So remember, the state complaint, you only have 1 year. You can only go back to things that happened up to a year ago. Here you can include things that happened up to 2 years ago. You are putting it into a written complaint. Again, most of these go through the state education agency first, and then they get assigned to an administrative law judge by the state complaint agency. In Arizona, it's the Arizona Office of Administrative Hearings. They have jurisdiction over a few different things that have a few different laws or departments that have administrative exhaustion requirements. So essentially, you file it, gets assigned to a judge, and then the judge will want you to resolve it first. So you'll have this resolution, mandatory 30-day resolution period, where you're supposed to try to resolve it. Mostly the onus there is on the non-complaining party, usually the school. The school has to reach out, offer to have a resolution session, hear you out, look at your complaint, try to come up with a resolution short of going to hearing. You do have the opportunity as the complainant, if the school agrees, to say, I don't want a resolution session, I want mediation. For lawyers, the big difference is attorney's fees, but for families, a big difference is that at mediation you have a mediator. So you'll have that third party who may be able to help you come to a compromise. Whereas resolution session is kind of just another IEP meeting where you're still trying to figure it out, but it's just you and the school. So I usually advise families to do mediation rather than a resolution session, because at least it's something a little different from what you've already tried. But if you still can't resolve it within those 30 days, there's a pre-hearing conference, often telephonic, where you, the school representative, and the judge talk, and you set a date for the hearing, you talk through some logistics of how many days is it going to be, how many witnesses do you anticipate calling. But then really it is like you have to play law and order judge. The school will almost definitely be represented by an attorney in this due process hearing. Even though it's not a real lawsuit, they're going to bring a real lawyer and be ready, to play lawyer and do a good job of examining and cross-examining witnesses and objecting to things. So it's supposed to be more parent-friendly. It is supposed to be like, this isn't as intimidating, right? You have an opportunity to do this, you don't need a lawyer. And you don't need a lawyer. It's not required to have a lawyer. But you're going to be a lot more successful if you do have a lawyer, unfortunately. At least in Arizona, the rate of success in these due process hearings is pretty low for parents. It definitely skews in favor of the schools. Part of that, I will say, is that the school attorneys try to settle. We don't have a lot of cases that go to hearing. They usually try to figure out a way to avoid it. And when they do go to hearing, it's because they really believe they're right and the parent is wrong, or they're trying to set some kind of precedent. But yeah, so if you can, try and get a lawyer if you're going to this step. But I will also say, what I just kind of said, it's a huge piece of leverage. So often you've come close to a settlement and the school is like, we're not doing that one more thing you're asking for. Sometimes filing due process is enough to push them to be like, okay, fine, we'll do it. We really don't want to go to hearing. And so that's great. And you can remember that, this is leverage, but you also shouldn't just file due process if you're not prepared to go to a hearing, because you may end up at a hearing, and so you don't want to file if you're unprepared. But this is really the big one. Again, if you're not happy with the state complaint result, if you have any kind of dispute, this can be used for anything resulting from IDEA. So placement, evaluation services, identification, all of those things that we've been talking about, you can file due process to contest. What you can't use due process for are things arising under other laws, like Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. If you are trying to say, my kid's being discriminated against because they have a disability, you are seating them in the corner of the classroom and isolating them, and that's discrimination. You can try and raise it, but you'd have to frame it as also that's denying him a free and appropriate public education. So they're not gonna look at straight discrimination. They're not gonna do like personal injury. You're not gonna get $1 million in emotional distress damages if your kid got hurt at school in this process. This process is really just for IDEA. If you lose your hearing, which as I said, many parents unfortunately do, then you have the right to actually go to real court. So then you can file in state or federal court. There's a very quick turnaround from the time you lose. You have to file within 35 days. But you do have to go through this process before you can go to court. So that was a lot. Any questions about due process? And then I'll pop back over to OCR. Okay. There are some more resources, like I said, on the flash drive about this. In general, schools don't want this, parents don't want this. Like, this is not what we're all here to do. This is really if you're in a really tough situation and you have tried other things. You don't have to clarify. You have the right to go straight to due process. But it's a lot, and I would say trying some of these other methods first, going to an IEP meeting, trying mediation, to see if you can resolve it without having to go this far is probably advisable. So OCR, I'll talk about briefly. The U.S. Department of Education has an Office for Civil Rights. The U.S. Department of the Interior has an Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights. And both used to take complaints regarding Section 504. So that would be that discrimination issue. My kid is being isolated, or they're telling me I have to come with my kid on a field trip because they have behaviors, but nobody else is required to chaperone their kids. My kid's being harassed, my kid's being bullied. They're restraining and secluding them unnecessarily. So those kinds of complaints were really good for OCR. OCR would also look at the broader issue of, is a student gaining appropriate access to school? Are they getting the services and supports they need to equally access their education? So it has historically, definitely, it's been something I've liked a lot because in Arizona, as I said, the state complaint system isn't that great. And there have been parent-friendly people at Department of Ed. But unfortunately, U.S. Department of Ed is slowly disintegrating. So the Office for Civil Rights, at least, is not really functioning. I think technically they still exist, but many of their offices, their regional offices have closed and been absorbed by other offices, and they're so underwater that they're not, effectively, this is not really a good option anymore for complaints. I'm not as sure about, at the Department of Interior, and how those BIE ones are being handled, but I would anticipate pretty similar, that this is just not really a great option anymore, unfortunately. I won't go into it too much more because it's not a great option, but yeah, so you can still look into it. Technically, it is still an option, it's just not a good one at this point in time. I think the last complaint I have on my list to talk about is FERPA. FERPA, all your acronyms today. FERPA stands for Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. So FERPA applies to schools that receive funding from the U.S. Department of Ed. And essentially what it says is students have a right to privacy in their records. So your kiddo's IEP should not be accidentally emailed to some other parent. Your kid's status as having a disability shouldn't be publicized on the school's website. Most of that stuff doesn't happen that often. The part of FERPA that I think is more important actually is the access to records part and the accuracy of records part. So in addition to protecting privacy, FERPA also says that parents have a right to access their child's records. So I already talked about how under IDEA, you have a right to access your kiddo's records. Same with FERPA. If a parent requests it, the school must produce the child's records or provide access to the child's records within 45 days of the request. So that way parents can get a hold of their kid's entire file, records can't be withheld. This is even useful like for emails, so you might have to be super specific and you might get some pushback, but I haven't had that much trouble getting emails, so I will say I want all emails, all class dojo communications, anything about my kid. And they may have to go through and redact a bunch of other kids' names, but you can get access to a lot of stuff through FERPA asking for these communications. And sometimes it can be really helpful because you're like, oh, they called my kid a name in this email. That's pretty clear discrimination. Or, oh, they've been talking about how my kid has been struggling with this particular behavior for 6 months and haven't done anything about it yet, even though they obviously knew. So you can get a hold of stuff that way. Another record that parents often want but struggle to get is video footage. So sometimes the school bus has a video camera and your kid gets hurt on the bus, or they show up at school with bruising and the school is saying, they must have gotten bruised at home, we're going to call CPS on you, and you say, you bruised my kid at school. And so then we're trying to figure it out, maybe you can get a hold of bus footage, see if something happened on the bus. That can be a little harder to get. Typically they're not going to hand you a flash drive with the video on it. They may say you have to come in, we'll review the video with you. We may have to blur out other kids' faces, but video footage of your child is considered part of their educational record. So be aware of that if you're trying to get access. If you're having trouble getting a hold of records, you can file a complaint. Again, I'm not sure how functional they are anymore, but the Student Protection and Privacy Office, or Privacy Policy Office, sorry, at the U.S. Department of Ed accepts complaints about FERPA. And I think you can probably try to file a complaint with either the BIE or just allege a FERPA violation with the BIE school if they receive federal funding. The other thing, sorry, that I meant to say is if your child's records, you feel they're inaccurate, so there's certain things that are exempted from it, like grades. You can't be like, my kid should have gotten an A and they got an F. I want you to revise their record. But if there's something that is incorrect in your child's record, like if their IEP, they accidentally put in the wrong child's name, or they put in that the child is black when they're actually white, you can say, hey, these things need to be corrected. Usually, if it's something that obvious, the school will just say, oops, thanks for catching that, we'll fix it. But if it's something that's a little bit contested, like in this discipline report, you put that my child is the aggressor, and I don't believe that, I believe they were the victim, I want you to rewrite it, the school may push back and say, no, we're not going to change the record. It is what it is. If that's the case, the parent has the right to request a hearing under FERPA. The school will appoint an impartial hearing officer to hear that hearing, and the parent can argue it should be amended to say this. The school can say why they don't think it should be amended, and then at the end the hearing officer will decide one way or the other, and that's how the record will stand. But even if the parent loses at the FERPA hearing, the parent has the right to add to the record. So in that case, it could be, all right, I lost, they're going to keep it that my kiddo was the aggressor in this discipline incident. But I'm going to write my version of events, and that's going to be inserted into my kiddo's records going forward. And every time the school produces my child's records to other schools, or to me, or to whoever they might be producing it to, they have to produce my version of events alongside their version of events, so that will always be part of the record going forward. So that's another cool piece about FERPA. So I already talked about this a little bit, but I'll go over it a little more. So what can you get out of these dispute resolution options? We have so many families calling us saying, the school, really messed my kid up. I lost my job. I had to move. All these terrible things happened. It's all the school's fault. I want $1 million. And we usually have to say, you may have a claim in a different venue for personal injury or some kind of tort, but if we're looking at IDEA specifically, that's not really an available remedy. What can you actually get out of these complaints? The most common remedy is compensatory education, which is make-up services. So whether you're doing a state complaint, OCR complaint, or due process, it's typically kind of saying, hey, my kid didn't get what they should have gotten. Either it was in their IEP and you just didn't provide it, or it wasn't in their IEP, but you guys were wrong to not put it in there, and so now I want it. So the judge or the state will say, they may order an amount, like 120 hours. They may order the parties to meet and come up with an agreeable way to provide the services. And then when you have a little more flexibility, that's when you can say things like, hey, I know you denied me 40 hours of speech therapy, but really I'd rather if you just paid for 2 weeks of summer camp for my kid, and maybe the school will say yes, So that's when you have those more informal conversations, you can kind of negotiate stuff. But when it's ordered by a judge or by the state, you may have more of a hour for hour exactly what you were denied. Now there there's various circuits within the US that have, unfortunately, different standards for this. We are not an hour-for-hour standard, we are a totality of the circumstances standard. So it's not always, I missed 100 hours, I'm going to get 100 hours. It may vary a little bit, but that's the most typical remedy is comp ed. Another one could be tuition reimbursement. So if you have decided the public school is failing my kid, I'm going to put them in private school, and I'm going to use a voucher or use my own money to pay tuition. If you go about it in the right way, you have to provide a certain amount of notice and take a few steps, but if you do it the right way, you can put them in that private school and then file due process seeking tuition reimbursement. So if you win a due process, the judge would say, I'm ordering the public school to reimburse the parent for the charges they've incurred putting the kid out of the private school or paying for the private service. And then they may also order continued placement in that private school, or they may say, you know, the district has now demonstrated they're ready to serve the kid back at the district, and so they can do that. But that is one option, is tuition reimbursement. They can also, of course, order what we call injunctive relief, so like action. So evaluate the kid, put the kid in a different placement, add this service to the IEP. Also very common. So compensatory ed is usually like, you've already really screwed up, you owe the kid something. These things are like, the parent says they need this, you're saying they don't, I'm the judge, I say yes, they need it, do it, so they can order them to do the thing. Typically you won't see this from a judge, but again, the state, or when OCR existed, you sometimes saw orders around training and policy change, because they're looking more at not just this individual student who filed a complaint, but all the kids in that school. Are they getting what they need going forward? And the state does have a responsibility to ensure that. You know, they should be looking at more systemic issues, not just the individual kid who filed a complaint, but all kids in the school and in the state, are they getting what they're supposed to get? This is also actually a really cool benefit for parents. IDEA has something called fee shifting, which essentially means if you are a parent and you file due process and you have an attorney and you win, the school has to pay your attorney's fees. But it doesn't go in reverse. So if you're a parent and you file and you lose, you're never going to be ordered to pay the school's fees, because I think lawmakers realized parents were going to be struggling more to be able to afford an attorney more than schools would. And so that's a nice thing. Sometimes you can find private attorneys who will take a case on what we call a contingency basis, meaning they've reviewed your records and your story, they think you have a really strong case, and they're pretty sure they're going to win. And so they won't charge you for their time. They will work it up, they'll go to hearing because they're so confident they'll win. And once they win, then the district will pay them all their fees in one big lump sum, and you won't have had to pay anything. So if you're in that situation, again, I hope no one ever is, but if you are, you're contemplating filing due process rather than going it alone or finding an attorney who does charge $1 zillion an hour, think about trying to find or negotiate a contingency fee kind of agreement with your lawyer, so that even if you can't afford it up front, if you have a strong enough case, maybe they'll take it and plan on getting their fees paid back by the school once they win. So that's another cool thing about this particular law. It's not true for every law, but it's true for IDEA. So you'll notice money is not really here. So you don't get emotional distress damages, you don't get $1 million. These are the types of remedies that are typically available. Now I do put at the bottom other laws, so this is all IDEA. Other laws, ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and Section 504, those do have monetary damages available, but it's unfortunately also pretty limited to actual damages. It's, again, not the $1 million emotional distress, but if you can prove these are costs I incurred as a result of your discrimination, you may be able to get those recouped. But yeah, unfortunately, these laws are not the ones where you get ginormous $1 million settlements. And that is the end of my presentation. This is our organization's information. We're also tabling out there. We are the Protection and Advocacy Agency for the state of Arizona. We've got our friends, Disability Rights New Mexico, the Native American Disability Law Center here as well. So each of the states have an organization like ours that provides free legal services, community outreach and training, along with the parent training and information centers who have also presented today. So that's our contact info. Grab a brochure from our table. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to take them.
back in here at 2:10 for our next presentation. Thank you.
that, right. So like they're saying essentially, like first or like what if a family can't do that? They issue a purchase order but won't contact from yeah. Because then the parent is like they want. Because I do it a lot of times. What a waste of time. Why would I do that? Yeah. Then if you file, you have to. Otherwise, you're waiting for it. But they don't get that. Probably. Oh, thank you.
Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our next session here. We have Therese from Native American Disability Law Center. She's gonna be presenting on school disciplines. Take it away.
Thanks, Jen. How's everyone doing? Okay, it's mid-afternoon, so I'm ready to go. If you all right? Okay, first of all, I have to ask, well, first of all, I actually have to apologize. I didn't put the 5 on 2025. That was totally my mistake, my error. I do know what year it is. Anybody here from Utah? Anybody from Utah? Just so you all know who I am, I started with DNA in January of 1993 and lived on the Utah Strip. I was in Helchita. Absolutely loved it. The Law Center started as a project of DNA People's Legal Services. So I worked in Helchita for a while, and then I worked in Shiprock for a while. About 20 years ago, we split off from DNA. As one board member put it, you grow up and it's time for you to move out of the basement, right? And I was like, yeah. So it was a very nice separation from DNA, and we still value them as a partner. We're the protection and advocacy organization. We were designated by the Navajo Nation and the Hopi community to provide legal services for members of those communities with disabilities. And then we also serve some of the other communities in this area of the Four Corners. We really value our relationship with Disability Rights Colorado, Disability Rights New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona. I'm not going to keep saying disability rights, but our state sister agencies, we've got a great relationship with them. I already checked in with Amanda and Laurel, so they're going to back me up on this presentation, so you don't have to listen to me talk for the next hour. I come from a big family, and I really like being the center of attention, so I love situations like this, but even I get bored with myself. So we can't give you legal advice, so we're not gonna get too specific on details of your situations, okay? So, let's make sure. See, I also can't see anything. Is anybody else in a situation where they wear contacts and readers? That's me. That's how bad my eyes are. So, I did the wrong one. Look at that. I did it on that one, not this one. Ta-da! So this is kind of what we're going to go through today. I know you've heard a lot about Section 504 and ideas, so I'm going to fly through that pretty quickly, and FAPE. And I'm mainly going through that so that we get to the point where we need to with discipline. Statistically speaking, children with disabilities get disciplined more frequently and at higher rates than children without disabilities. And non-Anglo children, Native American children, get disciplined at an incident higher than their non-Native peers. And so discipline is really important. We're seeing a lot of really interesting situations here in the Four Corners. So we have Section 504, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. All of these are going to apply if you have students with disabilities who are facing disciplinary proceedings. There might also be state and local level laws, but we're going to stay focused on these 3 federal laws because they apply in all 4 jurisdictions and the Bureau of Indian Education. Does anybody have students in BIE schools? BIE funded schools? Okay. I just want to make sure that that's going to be relevant to folks. So, because there are some different considerations sometimes for schools that are funded by the Bureau. So you have two considerations here. You have the free and appropriate public education, FAPE, which you've heard a lot about today, and then you have the least restrictive environment components. And so every child with a disability who qualifies under these laws are entitled to a free appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And so those are going to be your key components, and that's still going to factor in when you're in a discipline situation. So with the FAPE, as was discussed earlier today, you're really looking at providing the education and related services that a student needs to benefit from the educational program. It doesn't matter, as I'm sure previous speakers have stressed, it doesn't matter if the school has access to those services or if they are readily available, they have to provide those services. So a school can't say to you, well, we don't have somebody who can develop a behavior plan for your child. They have to be able to do the assessments and provide the services. Section 504 is slightly different. It applies to programs that receive federal funding, so it's outside of schools. But it requires that elementary and secondary schools must provide a free appropriate public education to students with disabilities. The plan has to be designed to meet the individual needs of that student as adequately as the needs of students without disabilities, and the procedures must satisfy the requirements of 504. School districts must make decisions based on the individual student's needs. They can't make presumptions or assumptions regarding students with disabilities. Like, I've seen situations, I used to sit in a lot of IEP meetings a long time ago. Like I said, I've been doing this for a while. Long time ago, I used to go to a lot of IEP meetings. And it was really kind of amazing. Staff would say things like, well, obviously, this child is going to be in this classroom. It's like, no. What does the child need, and where are those services going to be provided? Well, this child has an intellectual disability, so obviously they're going to be in the life skills room. No. What does the child need, and where is it going to be provided? So you can't, anytime it starts with that, it's pump the brakes. And then also the costs cannot be factored in. So it can't be the starting point of this costs too much. I had one attorney in this region say to me, the child obviously needed the service, and I said to the attorney, I'm going to change the names to protect the not innocent. I said, so, John, what is really wrong here? Like, we both know this kid needs those services. And the attorney actually said, Therese, you know that if the school provides these services, then XYZ school football team isn't going to get new uniforms this year. And I said, do you know how much I don't care about football uniforms right now? And he said, well, maybe that wasn't a good analogy. I was like, no, I think that's exactly it. That is not a factor here. So, the faith standard under idea is that the child has to make more than de minimis progress. So one thing that you can do is look at your child's IEPs. And one educator explained it to me, you should be able to stack them and see the progress. And it should be comparable to what other students are making. So if your child makes just a little itty bitty bit of progress, then it's time to start asking some questions about whether or not the services are appropriate. So it means that your child should have challenging and ambitious goals and really monitor that progress and how frequently you get notice of that progress. We're investigating a situation in a school district on the Navajo Nation where none of the parents are getting any progress reports. Like, they're not getting anything. I'm sorry, my nose just started running. I really apologize. And so then you're also looking at the least restrictive environment. So the child must be educated with their non-disabled peers. And this includes lunch, electives, extracurricular activities, field trips, and all of that. So anytime your child is not with his or her non-disabled peers, it's time to start asking questions. And where this can come into play with discipline is sometimes when children's behavior leads to problems where they're eliminated or where they're excluded from certain activities. So it all depends on the individual needs as has been discussed. And anytime a child's separated, it's time to start asking questions. So this is the least restrictive environment continuum. And it's basically 100% inclusive is not necessarily the right, but that's what you're wanting to aim for. You're wanting to try and get a child with a disability in the classroom with their non-disabled peers as much as possible. If they're 100% homebound or hospital, and can be appropriate for medical considerations. I'm so sorry. I don't know where this came from. I apologize. It's kind of gross, kind of icky. Thank you so much. And so then special programs or special schools. This has been kind of a rise lately. We've seen more and more where people are asking about special schools, which is not what the law requires or supports if the child can be in a regular school. And then the self-contained classroom pull-out, and then the general ed classroom. Okay, now we're getting to discipline. You didn't think I was going to get there, did you? We're there. What we see a lot, and unfortunately we're seeing it at a younger and younger age, is behavior that's related to a child's disability. And so what we see a lot of in our area, and to a disturbing degree, it seems to involve a lot of students with autism. We have several cases where students with autism are getting pushed out of school and getting disciplined for behavior that's related to their diagnosis. So the manifestation determination review kicks in when there's a change of placement, which is more than 10 days. Okay, so I had a case one time where a child, he's very impulsive. And he was like 12. And the teacher walked in the room, and the student like threw a book. And the teacher like dodged, didn't get hit with the book. But he was disciplined for throwing the book. And he was sent home for a day. Okay? That's not a change of placement. That can become a change of placement if it's 3 days, and then 2 weeks later, 3 more days, and a week and a half later, 4 days. Then you're at the 10 days. So the 10 days, 10 or more days, is when a manifestation determination kicks in. It can be 45 days if it involves drugs, weapons, or serious bodily injury. The manifestation determination has to include all of the relevant team members. So the team members that were discussed earlier, the people who make up your IEP team, also have to be involved in this conversation. Okay? And the parents must receive notice. So a school can't call you up and say, we're having an MDO this afternoon, you're going to be here, right? You get notice. And so they have to factor in your schedule and what you need as a parent in order to meaningfully participate. Like with other meetings, you can include other people that you see that you want, okay? There's only 2 things that you're talking about at the manifestation determination. Was the conduct caused by, or did it have a direct and substantial relationship to a student's disability, or was the conduct the direct result of the school district's failure to implement the IEP or the 504 plan? Okay? We're not talking about shaming the kid. We're not talking about, well, he knew it was wrong, he shouldn't have done it. She knows she shouldn't talk to teachers like that. We're not talking about that. We're talking just about whether or not it's related to the child's disability and whether or not the school's properly implemented the IEP. That's all you're talking about. So then, when you have 2 different conversations there, is the behavior a manifestation of the disability, or is it not a manifestation? So if the disability is if the behavior is a manifestation of the disability, or the school failed to implement the plan, the student is not disciplined. Okay? So let's go back to my student, my previous client, who now, by the way, is probably 40, so that's how long ago it was. But so a young boy, a young student has impulse control, whatever is related to his disability, throws a book, and is suspended not for 1 day, but for 12 days. Okay? Then you're having the conversation about whether that impulse of throwing the book is tied to the disability. The child has a documented, it's documented in the school record that he has impulse control, what he reacts without thinking, however you want to frame it. Okay, if it's manifestation, then that discipline, that suspension for 12 days is inappropriate. Okay, if it's not a manifestation, or if the school properly implemented the plan, the student can be disciplined, but if it's under IDEA, he still has a right to FAPE. He still has a right to educational services. Okay, if he's on a 504 plan, he may not be entitled to FAPE. So whenever you have a student with a disability and schools are pushing you into 504 plans and away from IEPs, there has to be a question about what are the pros and cons to that. Because there are more protections for students under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act than there are under 504 frequently. And so this is just one area, so you want to make sure that you're making an informed decision. Sometimes a 504 plan is totally appropriate, it's totally fine. I'm not an anti-504 plan. You just have to be careful about which way you're going, okay? And then it's always a good idea to look at the plan as a whole. if a child has behavior, and you need to think about whether this is a one-off or a series. Like, is this something that's coming about that maybe you need to plan for, or is this somebody having a bad day? I personally never have bad days. My behavior is always impeccable. I never have any problems being appropriate in every situation, right? So, but I hear some people sometimes have bad days. So is your student, is your child having a bad day? Maybe they're sleepy, maybe they're not feeling well, then maybe the behavior isn't something that you have to plan for. But if you have a situation where you're having a series of situations, like a series of incidents, then looking for that through line and finding if there's a common theme here that you need to plan for. What you can ask for is a functional behavioral assessment. Now, a lot of times, you have to think about what we're talking about here, all right? What you're looking at with functional behavioral assessment is you're looking at what's causing the behavior, what's starting before it, for instance, then what is the behavior, and what's happening afterwards, okay? So, my friends and family know that I am essentially like a 3-year-old. If I get too tired or too hungry, I get hangry. And I get a little cranky. And so, it's like, literally a friend of mine said to my husband, we were walking through, we got home from a trip, and my husband said to this really good friend of ours who traveled with me and our family and such, and he was like, oh my gosh, she started getting pissy, and she just started she wasn't smiling, and she was growling at people. My friend literally, not looking at me, looking at my husband, said, did you feed her? Okay? Honest to God, real story. But think about, okay, so if you have a student, for instance, who gets a little cranky at about 10 o'clock, okay, and it's been a couple hours since breakfast, maybe an apple. Not a big deal, right? But sometimes can help manage that behavior. Look at what's causing the behavior before it happens, okay? What can be done in that, and this is all part of that functional behavioral assessment. What can be done to stop that behavior, okay? I was just talking with a client recently, he's a 16-year-old, and he had a bad day, and he was talking about how he took a nap, okay? I personally think the world would be a better place if we all took a nap. But maybe 2 o'clock, if somebody's starting to get cranky, maybe just a little nap. Like, try and stop the behavior before it happens, is one of the things you're looking at with the functional behavioral assessment. Okay, and then the functional behavioral assessment feeds into your behavior intervention plan. Okay? Because you're trying to create a way of addressing behavior so that you don't have disciplinary issues. You don't have a question. Okay? The functional behavioral assessment can be done informally, like it can be a conversation. Like, is Therese hungry? Give her an apple. Or you can also have it done by a board-certified behavior analyst. For more difficult behavior, for more challenging behavior, maybe that's what you need and that's what you want. Okay, because you want somebody who really knows what they're doing to develop that behavior intervention plan. Okay? Sorry, I already went through a lot of this PowerPoint. The one thing you want to do, though, is you want to focus on what's positive. Okay? This is not about sanctioning behavior that's related to a child's disability. Okay? So it has to be positive, not just on the student. Johnny's going to do X. When Y happens, Johnny's going to do X. It has to be on how are the adults, who is the adult in the room? Why do we sometimes ask 12-year-olds to act more appropriately than the 32-year-olds or the 60-year-olds in the room, right? It's like, what are the adults going to do to help this student maintain their behavior and maintain a situation where they can continue to learn along with everybody else, okay? Some red flags that you should be careful of, that you should really, in my opinion, shy away from. Any behavior contracts. If Johnny does X, Johnny will be suspended for 2 days. That's not positive. It's not helping Johnny improve his behavior. It's setting Johnny up to fail. Okay? And safety plans, management, escalation cycles, anything along these lines, anything that's putting the responsibility on the child or the family to correct the behavior is something that you're going to want to stay away from. And anytime there are multiple incidents, go back to the functional behavioral assessment and the behavior plan. Review it again. It could change, especially if you have something that's like a year old. You know, if you have a child who's going through adolescence, who's changing and growing, the behavior plan that worked when they're 10 may not work when they're 12. And so making sure that it's being reviewed and it's being kept up to date is really going to be helpful. What can happen is placing a child into an interim alternative educational setting. This should not be for more than 45 school days. Some schools have, I'm not a fan of interim alternative educational settings. I'm sure you're stunned to hear that. But some schools have better ones than others. So being careful about where that placement is or how that placement is being imposed is something to keep an eye on, okay? This can be when when drugs are involved, or weapons. So a weapon is a device or instrument, material or substance, animate or inanimate, that is used for or is readily capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Okay? I think a lawyer was involved in writing that. I've always found this interesting. Does not include a pocket knife with a blade less than 2.5 inches. I don't know where they got 2.5 inches. Anybody know where they got, Amanda? Or do you know where they got 2.5 inches? It's like 2 3/4 inches, it's a weapon. 2.5 inches, it's not. But a weapon can be really an interesting conversation to have. Okay, what is a weapon? And what we've been able to do in several situations is get back to why is a child carrying this quote-unquote weapon. We had a case one time where so I recall he was a young boy, he was only like 10. You know, he had in his backpack, the teacher found in his backpack like a stick that had like a sharpened point to it. You know, like a 2.5 inch pocket knife that, shaved off the point. And they called it a weapon. And we're like, well, wait a second, why is this kid carrying a stick in his backpack that's like a foot long with a point on it? It's because he was being bullied. And he's being mistreated at school, and he was scared. And so looking at the why can sometimes help address some of the underlying issues in the whole situation too. Okay, serious bodily injury involves substantial risk of death, extreme physical pain, protracted and obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Wow, that's a lot. What these definitions can do, though, is give you situations to help avoid this type of setting. Okay? Like, was the quote-unquote weapon really capable of causing death or serious bodily injury? Could it potentially or you wasn't potentially inappropriate, but it was going to meet this definition, okay? So this is all kind of places where you can talk with the school about whether or not this kind of setting is an appropriate or necessary thing, okay? All right, y'all are either falling asleep because it's late in the day, or I am being brilliantly clear and you have 0 questions. I'm going to assume the former, but that's all right. This is what we see more and more this is what we see more often in our area, okay? It's this informal remove rule. Schools calling, you need to come get your child. This is especially for younger kids, like the 15-year-olds, the 16-year-olds, they're out. Like schools will they're out. Younger kids, it's usually, your child's out of control, you need to come get him. Or your child doesn't want to be here anymore, he wants his parent, so you need to come get him. Or her. And so, anytime you are having a child leaving early, coming in late, any restrictions around that, you want to start looking at whether or not it's an informal removal, and that's inappropriate. Schools won't allow a student to return due to behavior issues, but they don't label it a suspension. We've had situations in one school in our area where students or parents were being told, this behavior is inappropriate, you need to take this child home, and she can come back after she goes to a residential treatment center for 60 days. Thanks for playing, that's wrong. It's wrong. Nope, not gonna happen. The school sends a student home for violating a school policy but doesn't call it a suspension. Schools are getting pretty creative with just pushing kids out of school. And the more a kid is out of school, the more they feel less like part of a member of the community, and the harder it's going to be to get them back in and get them back in for good and help them be successful. So the sooner you can start addressing a lot of these issues, the better off your kids are going to be. So all of these informal removals, if they go beyond 10 days, are violations. Okay? And this is where a judgment as a parent is going to be really valuable. You know your children. If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. I've never asked for anything that a parent didn't already know their child needed. Nobody knows a child better than his or her parent does. And if you feel like an afternoon at home is going to give your child some breathing space, it's fine. That's fine. Everybody needs space periodically. But it's when it becomes a sequence or it becomes a rhythm and your child's not in school that it becomes concerning. Okay? Yeah, please. Hold on.
Wondering when you guys were going to step in. I was just wondering about also shortened day, which is a similar thing to informal removal, like you were just talking about. But I don't know if anybody's had this experience where the team actually writes it into the EIP that the child is going to be in school for less than a full school day. And then it's almost like, we're going to just see how it goes, and then the child can come back slowly, essentially earning their way back into school. But that to me is a related thing to that informal removal, but it's another thing that happens around behaviors.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. And I think it goes back to, we've had some recent cases along those lines, Laura, where a child doesn't need to earn their way back into school. I think that's a really, really good point. And again, as a parent, it's your call about what's best. So if there is, we've had some situations where, man, bullying is out of control, it seems. Like, I don't know what is happening, but we've had situations where kids are really afraid to go to school. It causes anxiety, like just high levels of stress, hyperventilating, like really bad situations. And so maybe you need to have like a way of easing the child back into school. If you feel that's appropriate for your child, it's totally fine. If it's the school saying, well, if they're successful for 4 days, coming in at noon and staying until 2, then we'll let them come in at 11 and stay till 2, that kind of thing. That's like what Lauren's talking about, it's totally inappropriate. Okay, if there's a way, and that's where you might want to consider that board certified behavior analyst to really be involved with looking at what the environment, the child's environment is, and developing a positive plan that gets the child back into school. Okay, because all of this is about children going to school and being successful. And anything that can be done for that is where we need to stay focused. Okay? So this is your basic, the way we're going to analyze how anytime your child is being treated differently than a child without a disability in similar circumstances, you're going to want to start looking very carefully about whether or not it's discrimination because of the disability. So you're looking at, is an individual with a disability being treated differently than an individual without a disability? Is that different treatment resulting in a denial or limitation of services, benefits, or opportunities for the person with the disability? So they kind of have it, they kind of ideally have it both ways. They're getting additional supports and services because they have a disability, but they're not being excluded from anything because they have a disability. We see a lot of this around behavior with field trips, or with situations where, like the class trips or field days, like the days at the end of school, where teachers are saying or schools are saying to parents, like, well, we know we're doing an end of the year class trip down to the zoo, but that's not really the right thing for Mary Sue, right? Like, she wouldn't really want to enjoy that, would she? So why don't you just keep her home that day? Okay? It's the same if, well, Mary Sue can come if you come with her. No. And the recipient doesn't have a non-discriminatory reason for the different treatment. So as Laura was referencing, any shortened school days, I gotta tell you, one of my biggest issues, and it has been for a long time, is the buses that come late. So the kids with disabilities don't get to school until about 30 minutes after all the other kids, and they leave like 40 minutes earlier, because they don't have enough buses or whatever. I think that's like, that's straight up. And then disciplining students with disabilities more harshly than the student without a disability. And unfortunately, this happens. We had a situation recently where a student was actually getting physically assaulted by a group of other students, and our client was the only one who was being disciplined. It's like, because they fought back. Well, you know what? If you came up behind me and pulled my hair, I might turn around and backhand you too. But she was, the student with the disability was the one that was getting disciplined, not the other students who were harassing her. And so all of those things need to be looked at, I think, really carefully. So I think, any questions, any comments? Boy, I went through that super fast. I usually talk slower, really. Yeah, please.
So I had a question about
Yes to the after-school programs. Okay, so so a student with a disability can't be excluded from, say, participating on the football team. Okay, and you can actually, you know the grade waiver, like the grade requirements. Like, most for athletics, you have to have like a grade and attendance and stuff like that, right? That can actually be waived under certain circumstances, okay? So, but a child with a disability cannot be excluded from after-school activities, especially because of their disability. Interesting question, nice variation with the Department of Youth and the daycare, you're good. So Section 504 applies to any program that receives federal funding, okay? So for instance, if you have a Boys and Girls Club that receives federal funding, they cannot exclude or discriminate against a student because of a disability. They still have to provide services for that student with a disability. And then, special bonus value for the day, the Navajo Nation has a Civil Rights Act. And so the Navajo Nation Civil Rights Act, and I may know one or two people who are involved with drafting the act, the Navajo Nation Civil Rights Act prohibits discrimination based on disability and requires reasonable accommodations. So it's very similar to Section 504. So for instance, like the Department of Youth programs, any programs that are operated by the Navajo tribe, the Navajo Nation, they have their own statute that prohibits discrimination. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions, comments? Nobody has this problem. Everybody's kids are being treated with sweetness and light. Oh, that one? Okay.
Oh, this was just sort of a shameless plug for a couple of the materials that are available in the packet. Because we Disability Rights New Mexico put together what we consider to be a really pretty good discipline guidebook that gets into some things. Oh, I'm so sorry, I don't know if this is just for magnetically. But you know, some of the things that are kind of more the nuts and bolts, like how to do like a disciplinary hearing and appeals and things like that. We have some of that stuff in there too. We also have a material, just a brochure, a front and back brochure that I think we still have some copies of on the table, but it's also materials about positive behavior interventions and supports. So just wanted to point to those two things. The discipline guide in particular is really pretty thorough. So, and I know Pro has some great stuff too.
Thanks, Laurel. Yeah, I hope everybody's hit all the tables out here because there's some really good, they're really good materials. Let me say one other thing. Does anybody have any other questions or comments about this? Okay. Okay.
So I have a question for you. My name is Wendy Pino, and I work as a case manager with families. So I have a question. So kind of like going back to, I think it was the training before this about having your child evaluated. So if you have in writing, let's say, hey, you know, can you evaluate my child for behaviors or something like that? Like I think there's something going on here. How would that work? I'm just curious, like if there's something in writing and this child is like continuously getting in trouble and, you know, hey, you can't go on a field trip or...
Excellent question.
How would that work?
Excellent question. I'm gonna look to my lifeline to make sure I'm remembering this correctly. So I'm gonna look over to my friends over here who are gonna be like, So what you have there is a combination of a child find issue and a discipline issue. Okay, I'm remembering it correctly. You know, I just don't trust my memory all the time anymore. And so if the school knew or should have known, that your child has a disability, then all of these protections apply. Okay, so we actually do that somewhat frequently, in the sense of a parent will call and they'll think that there's an issue or the child's in the process of being evaluated in whatever, either through medical or whatever situation. The school should know from the series of behavior that there's probably an issue here and they're not identifying it properly. And so during the manifestation determination, that whole conversation can take place about whether the child has a disability, whether or not the school should have known that the child had a disability. A lot of times parents will tell the child, will tell the school, like we're working with UNM to get Sally assessed for autism. We think that there may be some situations here that we need to address. So in the school, just like, plow through. So yeah, all of these protections apply. That's a really good question. I'm glad you raised it. Thank you.
Patrice, put it in writing again.
Oh, yes. As Laurel said, and there's not a lawyer in this country who's not going to say you should put it in writing. Yes, but Laurel's correct. If you have a reason to know that your child is being assessed or should be assessed, it's like it goes back to that evaluation piece that was covered this morning. Put your request in writing, and make sure that it's dated and all of that, and keep a copy of it. And we have, now I'm going to plug our stuff, just like Disability Rights New Mexico. Our parents' guide that we have out on our table, it covers all 4 states in the Bureau, and it has forms and it has form letters that you can handwrite out. Like, I think, Amanda, you had said something about the state complaint. It doesn't have to, like, if there's a form that you can fill out real quickly, don't worry about, does it look fancy schmancy or anything like that. It's more the documentation and the fact that you're giving it to the school is the important piece. Okay, anything else? Okay, I have one thing to add. Yeah, sorry. Well, Jen's going over there. On August 5th, here in Farmington, the Tribal Educational Alliance is going to be holding a listening session about the Yazzie Martinez case and developing the state plan. I don't know where it's going to be held yet, but we're going to post it on our Facebook and with our social media. If you're not on social media, I totally respect that. It's also going to be advertised though, but if you want to just check our Facebook and social media, I only do Facebook, and I know that's old-fashioned. I don't do Instagram or any of that stuff. But we'll have it on that. But it's going to be August 5th here in Farmington, and it's going to be a great opportunity to provide input on what you think the state plan should be to address issues of all students, issue of Native students in our state, and especially issues of students with disabilities. So you can just kind of flag that. Okay, did you have what you needed? Okay, great. Okay, are we all good? I'm still early. Are you going to dock me? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your attention. We really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thank you, friends. For the backup. All right. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. All right, well, you all have a nice little break again, so you can have some time to stretch. Stay awake, right? We're getting into that lull in the sun in the afternoon, so you still have time to go visit exhibitors. I know we keep plugging them. We want to make sure you get all those valuable resources. So we'll see you here at 3:20 for our last presentation.
No, you can't say that in front of you yet. Uh-huh.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 We're trying to do a lot around making sure that people want to. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Jen. Yes. You still have some of those lashes? Yes. Okay. I'm just going to grab one. Yay. Yes. Yes.
I'm Arizona. So we all kind most of it.
Right.
So we did this conference. I started it last year.
They suspended the week from the bus. They suspend everything. What school is this?
I'm glad you heard about it. Yeah, because I know she did that.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll make the rounds.
I want to make sure she didn't miss it. Give them all away before we do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that it raises a couple of questions for me. So it's like one question is, are they suspending all students? If they because that seems, I think, strange. But then, so then that would be the first question I would have. The second question I would have is, was he running late or was he missing the bus when he was here to disability for whatever reason? Okay. And then the third question would be, is there an accommodation or a change that can be made that would be able to so that they could, for instance, they could give him an extra 90 seconds or whatever, give him more time or make other meetings. Well, and if he has an IEP or a 504 plan, he can request meetings from the client just with okay. So there are different, so you can always ask and kind of separate it out from just having a meeting and just ask for a meeting to review whatever his plan is. Because the plan needs to include transportation as well. That's the
thing I find really sad is that it sends the message that they're not one of us. You know, and kids really control us, right? Yeah. Good, good. Yeah. Well, and you're definitely asking the right questions. Asking the questions is sometimes the best thing. Sure enough.
Alrighty, everybody, ready? It's our final presentation of the day. It's such an important topic about transitioning to adulthood. And we have our great friends from the Utah Parent Center to present on this today, so I'm going to hand over the floor to them and let them get started.
Hello, everyone, and you should all get prizes for making it to the last session. Sorry, I don't have the prize, but you should. If this was my conference, I'd give you a prize. I did try running around the room, and of course you guys are spread out, but there is this handout from the Parent Center. These are QR codes that will take you to any of the printable materials that we have for our families and our parents. And so you are also welcome to. So if you don't have this on your place, come and get one after.
Or raise your hand and I can bring her back.
She's younger than me. So, we're just tripped. Okay, here we go. All right, am I advancing from this computer? Okay. Sorry, teamwork. So we are from Utah. We are from the State PTI, Parent Training Information Center in the state of Utah, which is called the Utah Parent Center. We are both parent consultants that work with our families that call into the center, have questions about their students in public education, their IEPs, 504s, and then the information piece that we provide, of course, is like the boost you saw up here. When a parent's looking for resources, we try to direct them to the right resource. We have several projects that are housed at the Utah Parent Center. Those of you who are working under Family Voices. Our Family Voices in Utah is located in our office. We have a family network, which is part of our DSPD funding. That's the Division of Services for People with Disabilities. They're on the waiting list. We have some other special projects, and one of those is our Transition University. And that is what Natasha is the coordinator over that, as well as she's the coordinator that supervises our PTI consultants that work in our office that serve the whole state. My position, I'm a former district LEA consultant for a district in my state, but I kind of stepped back from that, and now I'm just the coordinator over all the other LEA consultants. Now, I know some of my fellow PTI organizations know about this, and I think it's really a cool program, and they're jealous. But we have 14 parent consultants that are specifically assigned to a LEA district to serve just the families in that district. And so it's been a pretty great relationship, but we feel like we've moved really hard and furious to kind of improve the services for our families. This workshop that we're doing today is going to be devoted to the transition piece. Our families can come to a Transition University unit where it's a 3-part series that will go into several different things that we're going to highlight here, but we go in depth with them, including guardianship. And we have some slides here, but you guys, we only have an hour, and you all know we can spend a whole hour just chit-chatting about guardianship. So we're going to do our best to kind of get through all of these different things that we have for you. We will be here if you have question and answers afterwards as well.
Real quick, I'm going to add on to what Roz said about our classes. So we, with Transition University, we give once a month on the second Tuesday of every month. Virtually, we offer classes. Anybody can log on from anywhere. If you go to our website, go to the events page, you can register. If you can't attend the events, still sign up. We email you that workshop the next day. It's good for 30 days to view it. And this coming school year, we have all the workshops. We're going to have our youth advisory board do a question, like a Q&A panel at the end
attended the workshop so that you guys can get on with your self-advocates, your students, and ask some questions, get some real answers from people that are their age. So please, would love to have you guys join some of these classes.
Okay, and again, I know we have a mixed audience of, some of you have specialties from our early intervention, preschool, all the way up through high school. So this class is what to expect with the transition piece. We are talking age 14 and up into post-high school programs, okay? Okay. Which one? Is it advancing on the screen, you guys?
No.
Okay. Okay, go on. We don't want to do agenda. This is our people. We don't.
It's actually grown since then by far. This is a couple years old.
Okay, this is just an example of some of the materials that we have provided and have for our families. All of our publications are absolutely free to our families that contact us. Now, we also work with our professionals. We get phone calls from school districts, even agencies that are working with kids, and they know, oh, the parents in might have questions or answers for us because we don't know the answer. This is just an example of some of our products that we have available. And unfortunately, the minute we go to copy and print, the law changes. So we are in limbo with all of that. Okay, we also want to focus on our transition programs to what? Get our students with disabilities to be able to be employed and to live independently. Okay. It is important that we have an attitude when we're working with our families about self-determination. Too often, our child with a disability comes into our lives and then we just assume that we're going to continue to take care of them. And I get that because my son with Down syndrome, that was kind of our attitude. But we also want to make sure that we are going in a direction where our person with a disability hopefully has high expectations. We look at what that person needs, and are we looking at their ability for education? Are we looking at their ability to have future employment and to be able to live independently? That's our goal when we teach transition. Okay. So again, one of the other things that has shifted over the recent years has been high expectations. We want to aim high. We want to also, so we'll add it. We want to make sure that our kids have opportunities. And those opportunities need to start when they're in public education. We need to start looking at age 14. Where do we want to go? Now, I don't think we're going to spend a lot of time talking about diplomas and graduation, although we know there's a question out there. But at the same time, we have to start early. If we wait until they're 16 years old and we didn't plan for a diploma or we didn't plan for them to go into a technology school, we're going to be behind the program. We need to take advantage of high school and the supports in public education to make sure our students are getting things that they need for free while they're in public education. Okay, now we're going to talk about biases.
Okay, I have ADHD, I have to move around, so we're gonna pick it off here. Okay, on the screen, you can see we have a couple of things up here. So, checking our biases. We all say some of these things, unfortunately. At one point or another, you have a disability. So you may have said, you will always need my help, or want my help. You will always be helpless and dependent. Your life will be totally different than the lives of those without disabilities. You will not be able to lead a productive or fulfilling life. And maybe it's not exactly like this, but we've said things around this, right? Something that's kind of feels icky, right? But if we turn that around and we check our biases, yeah, they have a disability. They're going to need our help, sometimes, not all the time. They are helpful and interdependent. Their life will be different, just like the lives of those without disabilities. They can lead a productive and fulfilling life, and they are capable of determining their own future. Has anybody said maybe something along here? I know I have. Maybe not exactly like this, but I know I've done it. My son was little, didn't ever think he was going to leave our house. And like he's going to be here forever. But I have hope and I check my bias. And we are working towards that. Yeah, he's almost 12, but we are working on those skills. Okay, that's that. All right, what are daily life skills? So this again is working towards that independence. What can we do as parents or caregivers that can help them live independent lives? My son has fine motor skill deficits. In one of our books that we have checklists on there that you guys can go through. It's interesting. I want you to go through them, and then I want your self-advocates or your students to go through them and see the difference. I found out that my son couldn't butter toast. Why? Because I always did it for him, because I knew he had those fine motor skill deficits, and I didn't want him to feel frustrated. I was holding him back. I wasn't letting him be independent. Okay? What daily tasks will they need? With some supports. How can we help them, but let them kind of live their life as much as possible? And then what tasks do I still need to have done for them? Okay, this is kind of like in their perspective. So maybe what do they need more help with? And in our books, we have checklists that you kind of go through and you kind of map those things out. And these are things that you can still work on. Doesn't mean they're going to need your help forever. Just means maybe right now, they might need that extra help. So we're going to help them and maybe teach them some extra skills. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of the checklists that I was talking about in our book. So this talks about that supported decision making, letting them make those decisions, but you support them in those decisions. It's their life, not ours. They have that choice. They have that voice. Let's let them use it, okay? So these go through, they'll fill it out. You guys will fill out a section. And it just kind of goes over just some different questions in there. You know, where do they want to live? Do they want to live with somebody? Talks about advocacy and engagement, interests, some safety, security, and then social stuff. Go through and fill this out. So those, you'll get these on that worksheet that Roz passed out to you guys. You can download it and then print it out and do it. Did you get? Okay, I'll give you one. We'll come up. Roz, I'll need one too. Don't let me forget. We'll get you one before it's over. And again, we're going to hurry through these because we could go on and on about each one of these. Focus on my future. We need to make sure that we focus on their future. What do they want? Not what we want, but what do they want? Okay? What are their strengths? They all have strengths. What are their interests? What do they like to do? Not what we want them to do. What do they want to do? And what are their needs? What do they need from us to help them with? Okay? These are some of the checklists that they more from our books. Those are some of the household skills. Hygiene. This was an interesting one too, just to kind of go through with my kiddo. Financial skills. You don't need to have a 14 or 16-year-old up, whatever transition age for your states to go through these. I started, he was 10 and a half, almost 11 when we went through these. Some of these didn't apply to him, but it gave me a really good idea of where he was at and what we needed to work on. So you could do these with any age. Financial skills, we've got organizational skills, safety skills, and then laundry. Doing their own laundry. I think this is a really big one. I know when I got married, my husband didn't know how to do laundry, so that was an interesting one. So yeah, these are great things to go through with your kiddos. See what they know, what you guys need to help them so that they can be independent. All right, so some of the independent living centers in the Four Corners. So some of you may be familiar with some of these. So in Arizona, you've got this Assist to Independence. Utah, we've got that Active Reentry. New Mexico, you've got the San Juan Center for Independence, and then in Colorado, you've got that Independent Living Center down there. Okay, transition into schools. This is my big one. Big two, because I do the education portion with the PTI grant. So IEPs, what does this look like for our kids? So important, you guys. Bringing our students, our self-advocates in and letting them lead their IEPs. They should be invited to their IEPs. I can't tell you how many times. I just did a conference for the Junior Arthritis National Conference last week in Salt Lake, and most everybody there but two, and there were 50 high school age students between 10th and 12th grade. Two of them had been invited to their own IEPs. The rest of them had not. That is unbelievable. That is their life. Those are their decisions that they should be making, not adults. Okay? Bring them into their team. Let them lead their IEPs. And it could look different. Like, it doesn't mean they have to lead the whole IEP. Maybe they just ask questions. Maybe they introduce, the team. My son is in 5th grade, was in 5th grade. He had a picture of himself and he wrote his goals that he wanted to work on for the school year. That was his way of participating. Each year we'll add a little something to it. And then letting them know who's on that transition IEP. Of course, we're going to have our student, our self-advocate. It's going to be your parents, your teachers, your LEA, and then any related service providers, and pretty much anybody that they feel comfortable with that they want to invite to have on their team. Friends, neighbors, cousins, uncles, BCBAs, ABA providers, OTs, whoever this student wants, they can invite to their IEP. And let's make sure that they know that they have that right. Okay?
And you need to let your IEP team coordinator who is sending out the invitations know that, because this last one, these service providers, they are not automatically on the list to be a team member. So if you've got folk rehab coming or somebody else with expertise, your ABA, whatever, make sure you share that with your case managers so they can share the invitation to attend the meeting.
They'll put their name on that notice of meeting. And make sure your student's name is on that notice of meeting and they get a copy emailed to them. Okay, let's go over my expectations. So we're going to go with the lead acronym. Learning together. We're all in this together, right? Empowering others, achieving goals, and discovering their potentials. Okay, IAP team expectations. What do we expect from them, right? We don't rise to the level of our expectations, we fall to the level of our training. Just because our kiddos have a disability doesn't mean that we don't have those high expectations like Ross talked about. They're only going to learn as much as we expect them to. Okay? It may take them a little bit longer, it may take them a different route to get there, but if we don't, they are going to fail. So let's make sure that we do give them that opportunity to rise. Okay, parent-caregiver expectations. Treat a man as he is, and he will remain as he is. Treat a man as he can and should be, and he will become as he can and should be. Okay, here's the graduation option. Now, these are options that we have in Utah currently. We have a regular high school diploma. We have an alternative high school diploma, certificate of completion, and an alternate diploma. We were just told today that in Arizona.
Is it New Mexico? Who are you? Where are you?
New Mexico, there's a new one right here. Do you want to give a brief thing about that over here?
I can do it after.
After?
Yeah.
Okay, don't forget that there's a new option for graduation in New Mexico that I think everybody should be made aware of. In your IEP meetings, make sure you guys know where they're at on the graduation scale. I hate it. I feel so bad when parents call me in January or April, May even, right before graduation, and they don't know that their kid's not graduating. They have no clue.
Or they ask the question and say, well, wait a minute, what about that post-high school program? And we're going, well, your team does not have that on its IEP, that's the direction we're going. That's why we must start looking at these considerations early, at age 14. What does this look like for our student?
We could go into the whole transition IEP thing, like, yeah. Anyways, okay, so age of transition per state, so you can see that it is different. In our state, we do start by the age of 14. Is when we start that process and get them that transition IEP, we do the transition assessment, and we start getting them those services and those resources. If you haven't started, like if you notice your student has not started by this age, get with your team. They should have one. Again, at the conference last week, we were going by and talking about this, and there were students who didn't get them until they were 17, and then had an IEP their whole life. So,
and you guys, this is a pet peeve of mine, just so you know. 14 is starting 9th grade year, so it's an obvious good place to start. If you're not starting, and this is the law that says you must start, but if you are a PTI person and you're helping families, start earlier because you can. There's not anything in the law that says that you have to wait till you're 16, but think about what you were doing at age 16. And you are already, well, it's boys or girls, and then it's driving a car. That's what's important at 16. But if you wait till you're 16 to decide, am I going to graduate, you've already missed out on a couple years of getting electives and credits and taking required courses to meet that graduation requirement. So please don't wait till 16, start early.
okay, so some pre-ETS providers in your area to go along with that transition phase. We want to make sure that they are getting the training and stuff that they should be able to receive, right? Those services. Arizona, you've got that there. Utah's, you can get a hold of our jobs at utah.gov. They just came out with a whole bunch of new information too on our website for our workforce services. New Mexico, Colorado, and then the UTRAG. I know it looks like here different Arizona between 14 and 22. I think it's all about the same age, so yeah. Okay, Social Security, the fun one. This one's always kind of it seems like a nightmare. Okay, so Social Security. Does anyone know what the difference between SSI and SSDI is? Anybody want to take a guess? Yes, you get SSI if you have like Medicaid or something. SSDI, so the big difference, so SSI is for people with low income, few resources, no work history needed, must be age, blind, or disabled, usually comes with Medicaid, and then their monthly payment is a fixed amount, and that varies state to state, and it's usually funded by general tax money. SSDI is for people who have worked and paid into Social Security, or for disabled adult children based on the parents' work history. See, that's where I think it gets confusing for me. Must have a disability, and it comes with Medicare after 2 years. Monthly payment depends on past earnings, and it's funded by payroll taxes. So, okay, so yeah, so the my child currently has SSI. What happens when they turn 18? Does anybody know that?
They still receive it, but they get evaluated more often.
You have to reapply. Yep, it basically gets reevaluated. You reapply. Reapply on the birthday. Yep. Yeah. And then the whole...
Even if your 18-year-old is still living with you as a dependent, you have to talk to your Social Security agent because he's now an adult. Oh,
If they're 18 and still living at home, you You still need to talk to your case manager because he's now an adult and you want to move to SSI Adult Services. Ooh, here's another trick. If you didn't qualify for SSI because you made too much money, I know we're all rich, you made too much money and you didn't have enough to be eligible as your person with a disability is a minor child. If you were denied, now you're going to reapply again as your student is now 18 years old, and we will be looking at their assets, their abilities, their disability as a single adult. And so you should be able to reapply for SSI at that point.
Okay. Let's talk about living arrangements. Does anyone know if living arrangements affects the benefits of SSI? It can. Go. So living arrangements are a factor that's used to determine how much SSI your young adult can get. So SSI benefits may vary depending on your young adult, where your young adult lives. So the Social Security Office may reduce that SSI benefit because of that living arrangement. It can be based off of like the support, the food, shelter, or both that somebody else provides for that young adult. So the Social Security Office counts food and shelter that is provided as income when they calculate the amount of Social Security income benefits. So for example, if someone, like a parent, so like you guys, helps pay for rent, mortgage, food, or utilities, the Social Security Office may reduce the amount of Social Security income benefits for your young adults. So it's important to understand that by you guys helping to pay for the food and shelter, it can reduce the monthly Social Security benefits as much as 1/3, depending on the value of the help received. I know a lot of people charge their kiddos rent, so it helps offset that. Instead of giving them free rent, they charge them rent for staying there to try to help, so that doesn't ding them. All right, Social Security represented payee. Is anybody a Social Security representative payee here? Okay. Roz, what is a Social Security representative payee?
That's when I have to be responsible for my person, and this happens to be my brother, who has a disability. Because it's money and he has a disability, Social Security says he's not capable because of his disability to handle this money. So a representative payee is assigned to that money, and it's my job to make sure when the money comes in that I give it to my brother or I pay his bills to make sure that's where the money is responsibly being spent. It's to the benefit of the person with a disability. This is where people get into trouble. This is not extra money to put in your back pocket and go on vacation. This money is to benefit the needs and the things that are required to support life for your person with a disability. Was that a raised hand, or are you just stretching? Okay.
Roz, do you have to show receipts for that?
Yes, you should keep your receipts, which is very painful. So be very careful. If you get audited by SSI, they'll call you in. What are you spending the money on? How much were you spending? So make sure you keep a good orderly file where you're keeping all of your Social Security expenditures in one place so you can get them if you need them.
Okay, Social Security offices. So Arizona, you've got yours there. Utah, ours is our Workforce Services. New Mexico, SSA.gov, and then Colorado. Each state may have different ways to apply for those benefits as well. Some you may have to go in, some you can apply online, some you may have to apply online and then have an interview. They all may be different. Okay, guardianship and alternatives. So, right now we have supportive decision making, alternatives to guardianship, and then filing for guardianship. guardianship. These are things we'll briefly touch on because this could be a long, long
This could be
class.
an hour and a half class all by itself.
Easily. Okay, supported decision making will be the first one we touched on. Go ahead and click it. Okay, supported decision making. So youth making their own decisions by relying on trusted friends, family members, professionals, and others. When I have a parent call in to the parent center asking, how do I get guardianship? I always go back and say, hey, have we tried supported decision making? Because every parent, well, I shouldn't say every, a lot of parents think because I have a child with a disability, I should automatically go for guardianship. That is not true. Not every child with a special need needs to have somebody have guardianship. So there are alternatives. Oh, hold on. Okay. No, you're good. You're good. Supported decision making is one, right? You can go to supported decision making. I think it's .org. Is the website, but there's different forms you can print off, and you can go through it with your self-advocate, your child, and come up with a plan before they turn 18 and say, hey, we're going to try this and see if this works. We're going to come up with a team of support people who you can go to if you need help. Let's try this first before we look at guardianship. Not just guardianship, we have limited guardianship as well. And when you go through and you talk to these parents about what guardianship is or what limited guardianship is, or even that supported decision making. Okay, hold on, Russ, 2 seconds. Don't do any more slides, so thank you. They're surprised. They didn't even know that this was even a thing. So making sure you guys know that there are other options, and just because your pediatrician or your doctor said you need to go get guardianship doesn't mean you need to go get guardianship. Really look into it, and if your child has that cognitive ability to go through it with you and talk to you about it, invite them in. Let them in on that conversation so they know what it means to have a guardian over them or limited guardianship. Or fill out those supported decision making. They're awesome, you guys. There's so many different ways you can put together a supported decision making plan. They're wonderful. But don't think because somebody told you you need to automatically go in and have full guardianship that that's the only thing you have to do. Okay? You've got great resources, the disability law centers. Please call them, talk to them. Call the parent centers. We're here to try to help you know the resources and what each of these are. Supported decision making, some different areas you can call. Unfortunately, we do not have a formalized supported decision making in this state at this time. We have a pretty ugly guardianship bill that went through this year. Our DLC went in and fought with the ACLU. It's froze at this time. They've got to take it back through the courts. It was supposed to go through in July. Haven't heard anything yet, so that was kind of part of the supported decision making. So everything's kind of on standstill for Utah at the moment, but you guys have got stuff. So some of those alternatives to guardianship. Go ahead. So we can talk about conservatorships, power of attorneys, medical POAs, and then financial support. So these are some other options that you guys can look into. I know parents are scared if they go in and their loved one is having an operation, or making sure they have access if they're going in to make medical decisions, like can I be in there with the doctor? Even your IEP, once that kiddo turns 18, you know, what does it look like? They're an adult. It's that age of majority, right? Signing those release of authorizations so that you can go in and talk to the doctor, so that you can go in and talk to the team. Doesn't mean you automatically have to go for guardianship for that stuff. There's other options you guys can look into. Of course, we have guardianship. When it's needed, it's a beautiful, wonderful thing. So that age of majority in guardianship. So the age of 18, everyone becomes a legal adult. If a person is deemed incapacitated, a judge can grant guardianship to a trusted adult. So non-residents and non-citizens must follow the same path. Okay? And then Indigenous people and tribal laws. So you might want to check into some of these too, because this will vary depending on those tribal laws.
And those of you who are working with IEP teams, your IEP team by law has to bring up age of majority 1 year before your student turns 18. okay? That's it, that's by law on the IEP. Now, does that mean the school team needs to know everything about guardianship? No, rarely does. But they need to have a statement that they've informed their family that at 18, that student is going to be turning into a full-fledged adult.
Okay, how do they determining mental capacity? Go ahead. So this was a big one of why one of our guardianship laws that just changed got froze and kind of hung up, is because the way that they were wording it for incapacitated was just open-ended. So I'm glad that they went in and fought it, and because we've got to be more clear of what is that? How do we determine who gets full guardianship or who needs it? Can the individual provide for their own necessities such as food, shelter, clothing, healthcare, and safety? Can the individual handle their own finances? Is the individual able to read and understand contracts? Is the individual able to keep themselves safe and live independently? They don't have to necessarily live independently. They can live with a group or someone, right? Is the individual able to communicate information, make critical decisions about finances, health, and personal care? Basically, can the individual keep themselves safe with the use of assistive technology? Can they keep themselves safe? Okay? If they can, with a little bit of support, then we probably should be looking at full guardianship. Okay, so types of guardianship. So we talked about that. So we've got our full guardianship, we've got the limited guardianship, which is the limited. You can pick those spots that you want to have. Maybe you're helping your child with, right? Maybe it's medical, maybe it's educational, maybe it's financial. But you can. That's kind of nice because you can pick and choose some of those. So, okay, what are the responsibilities of guardian? To honor needs and desires. Their needs and desires, not ours. What do they want? What do they need? Advocate on their behalf. That's a big one. We need to be their voices. And then ensure safety and well-being. Okay, misconceptions about guardianship. Getting guardianship is expensive.
True or false?
Do you guys think that's true or false? It can be, right?
It can be.
Yeah, it can be very expensive. But yes, truth. Getting guardianship is expensive. Truth. Guardianship is, why is that true? Oh, guardianship, okay. Guardianship is not expensive. You can do it pro se, which means you file your own paperwork with the court. Doing it pro se means you do not need an attorney to represent yourself. So in Utah, we just barely on the 11th switched from a service called OCAP to My Paperwork, which is our version of doing pro se. Going on, filling it out, filing it all yourself. You can still ask, and we have to have an attorney represent the self-advocate. You can ask the court to appoint one for you, but you still have to pay the filing fee. It's like $55. You can ask for a waiver for that, but it doesn't have to be expensive if you guys want to file things on your own.
Now, that's you, the parent, filing and seeking guardianship of your own child, and that we're talking foster child, whoever's your child. It's different if this is grandma or an aunt seeking guardianship over the person with a disability. That's a different process. Okay, this is parents seeking guardianship over their person with their child with a disability.
Okay, the paperwork is difficult and complicated and will take hours to complete. The truth, the paperwork can be hard to understand because of legal language, but once you understand a few of the terms, the rest of it is just answering questions you already know and have probably answered or will answer many times when applied for adult services. Has anybody filled out paperwork for guardianship here? I just recently sat down with an LEA consultant and helped her fill out her guardianship paperwork. She was dreading it, and I'm like, Kat, 45 minutes, you got it, it's done. Let's schedule a call, we'll get it done. 40 minutes later, we had it completely done, and she was laughing. She's like, I've been dreading this moment. I didn't know it was that easy. So really dedicating that time, sitting down, and yes, there is a lot of legal jargon, you can get it filled out. And if not, call your parent centers, call your disability law centers, talk to them. There's people there that will help you understand some of that legal jargon, okay?
Yes.
Okay, if I don't get guardianship exactly when my child turns 18, is it too late? The truth. You can apply for guardianship as soon as your child turns 17 and a half, so the guardianship is in place when they turn 18. And in most cases, it is wise to do it as soon as possible, so it's in place for medical and other emergencies. However, if you have waited and your child is older, you can still apply. It's okay. Some of the courts, at least here in Utah, are very, very backed up. Very, very, very backed up. So we do always recommend to our parents file as soon as that 17 and a half kicks in. Okay? But if it's past 18, or maybe you guys are trying a different route, maybe you went supportive decision making for a minute, and you're like, we tried it for a year, it's not working, now she's 19. It's okay. You can still apply for guardianship. You're fine. Okay, these are some of the places to get a hold of for guardianship. In Utah, the stitches barely changed. It's not OCAP, it's now My Paperwork. The rest should be current. Okay, guardianship alternatives and supported decision-making working together. Guardians of adult children should still use supported decision-making to allow the protected person to make as many decisions as possible. This is cute, Aranza. What's cute, Aranza? Her mom is one of our PTI consultants, and we just absolutely adore her. She's also got a supported decision-making plan in place with her daughter, even though she does have full guardianship over Aranza, because she wants to make sure that she is doing what Aranza wants, and that Aranza knows she still has a team she can go to for if she needs anything. Okay? And then, yeah, any questions that you guys may have? Sorry, you guys, it was all scrunched in. There's so much information in this transition period. Again, if you guys want any information, please go to our classes on those second Tuesdays of every month. We're going to have so much information. We'll dive deep into every one of these areas every month.
New Mexico.
Oh, New Mexico, yes. She's got some important information for you guys.
I promise to be quick on this.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're done.
And I just have one quick thing to say about guardianship.
Yes.
Is that all right?
Yes, please.
So I so appreciate you guys talking so heavily about alternatives to guardianship and the importance of alternatives to guardianship. So important, in that point you made about not defaulting to the idea that just because our child has turned 18 or is about to turn 18, we need to rush out and apply for guardianship. One thing that I wanted to say as an attorney who works in an office where we are frequently trying to work to defend against guardianships that have gone wrong is that it's really important to remember that in applying for guardianship, you're inviting the court into your life, okay? And it is hard to undo sometimes. Particularly if, for some reason, the court decides there's a better guardian out there than you, and maybe there ought to be a corporate guardian. It all becomes a matter of having to let the judge make all those decisions, and that is something to, I think, proceed with a lot of caution. I have a lot of people ask us about guardianship too. I know this comes up for you guys all the time. I just think what is done is sometimes very hard to undo, and I would just say that. So.
The judge wants to know why. Why are
Yeah.
you doing it now?
Right.
What's the big change?
Right. And then if there are changes in your family, or if there are changes, I mean, there's a lot of scrutiny to your life, your child's life, and it becomes something that, things can happen that you don't predict. So, just a thing to say. The announcement that I have to make is that if you live in New Mexico and you have a high school age child, it's important to know that the graduation pathways for New Mexico youth have changed, okay? You remember the slide back here when they were talking about alternative diplomas and things like that? In New Mexico, in the past, before the beginning of this fall semester, we had 3 pathways. The standard pathway, the modified pathway, which kind of was more career-oriented, right? And then the ability pathway, which is for kids with more serious cognitive limitations, okay? Well, now what's happening is that starting with this year's 9th graders, the modified pathway is no longer in existence, okay? So if your child is going into high school as a 9th grader now, according to the new statute and rules, there will no longer be a modified pathway. Now, if your child is in 10th grade or higher, they're basically grandfathered in on the modified pathway. But 9th grade and younger, no more modified pathway. If you're worried about that, it's something that, as far as how is my child going to meet the standards or the requirements of the standard pathway, that's something to really call an IEP meeting about quickly and start talking about it and asking some really good questions about how is my child going to graduate, how is my child going to meet these standards, okay? Likewise, the ability pathway has just been made more narrow. So in other words, not everybody who used to qualify for the ability pathway is still going to qualify. So it could be that your child, if they're on the ability pathway in 10th, 11th, or 12th grade, there may be an IEP team meeting where they meet to decide whether it's appropriate for your child to still be on the ability pathway. All of this is very confusing to us in the advocacy world. We don't know whether this is all going to be a good thing, or there maybe will be some bad things, but we think it's going to be confusing for a while. And we've put together a little one-pager with maybe some good questions to ask. This was sitting out on our Disability Rights New Mexico table. I have a few copies of it left. It's not on your thumb drives, but parents reaching out have said that they're going to put it in the scannable version, the QR code version of the materials. But if you do have high school age kids and you're interested in getting a copy of this, I have probably like 8 or 9 copies up here. I'm certainly willing to share those with you. But the real point of all this is if this causes you some worry, just talk to your IEP team earlier rather than later and ask questions about how your child's program needs to change to ensure that they're able to graduate. Okay? That's all I want to say about that. Thanks so much.
Okay, any questions that are burning, you guys? I know you're stimulated. It's time to go home. What transition questions do you have? Anyone that did not get the little handout with the QR codes, raise your hand. I'll be happy. Oh, one back there. Next year, you guys sit in the middle. So all the people on the camera can see your bodies. Has it been a great conference? Did you learn a lot? Kudos to your sponsors. It's a lot of work to pull these conferences together. We're so happy you invited Utah to come down and join you guys here in New Mexico. All of you travel safely. Do you have anything else you want for your people?
Did you have a question?
Was there any other questions?
I thought I saw a hand raised.
I think it was just for the handout.
Oh, okay, the handout. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're going to give you guys a little opportunity to fill out that final evaluation. We greatly appreciate it because we love getting some feedback on this event and what we maybe can do for the next one. So your QR code for that. Sorry, a little too many things. Is in your program. This is a nice one with the purple. It says evaluation. So if you fill that out, scan the little QR code and fill it out, we'll give you a little ticket to add to our last little raffle. And then we'll pull winners. We got 15 gas cards, which I know a lot of you have to drive, so that'll help cover some of the cost for you.
They be present to win those gas cards, right?
They sure do.
See, you do get a bonus for staying.
See, we gotta reward the ones that are the diehards that stay till the end. We appreciate it.
Once you guys have that little thank you screen, show it to me, I'll bring you your ticket.
Everybody can raise your hand while some of my staff run around giving out some tickets. Maybe like Jeopardy music for us right now. If you fill out the evaluation, yes, and show your little confirmation screen, we'll give you another ticket. So in your program, there is a QR code right here you can scan in the back. It says evaluation. While you're doing that, I'll just say a final few little kind of fun words here that I just wanted to do. First, I just want to say thank you for all of you attending. I know many of you traveled many miles, so we appreciate you coming here. So wonderful to see all of us come together and collaborate today. I also want to say thank you to the Office of Special Education Rehab Services of Navajo Nation. They are the ones who helped sponsor this event with us, so without their support, we wouldn't have been able to put this on, so we're super appreciative of that. And also appreciative of our keynote speaker who was able to be with us today. So yeah, just thank everybody for that. Give it a few more minutes here to let everybody get their final tickets. Come on over there, Felicia. Elfie. Pana. Alright, did everybody get an opportunity? Does anybody need more time? Going once, going twice. Alright. Who's ready for me to start pulling numbers? Yes, that's the fun part. Alright, here we go. Pick out a lucky winner. We got 040429. The last three numbers are 429. Going once, going twice. Moving on to the next number, we have the last three, 158. We got a winner. Next one, the last three is 205. 205. All right. Next one, 177. Ooh, yay! The next number, 145. Yay! All right. 147. That was close together. 147. All right. We got 261. 261. All right. 890. 890. Yay, way back, yay. Okay. All right, next one is 916. 916. I feel like next I need to do bingo. So I feel like I'm here. Okay. Next one is 146. 146. All right, we'll just keep moving on. This one is 029. Early arrival. 029. Got it? Yay. All right, next number is 491. 4. Ooh, yay. Okay. The next number is 910. 910. Oh, gee, sorry. 903. 903. Alright. How about 505? That must be a good one. It's our zip code, or our area code, I mean. Yes! I got a winner on that one. 907.
84.
Woo! Another one. 914. 914. Oh, 2 winners right over there. Wonderful. Alrighty, 897. 89. Seriously? Man, you're just gonna be rolling those gas cards. We're all gonna drive with him. He's paying. 141. 141. 911. Yes, cool. Yeah. 896. 896. 223. 223. How about 024? 024. Yay! 171. Yay! We're down to our last two. 420. 420. One more, okay. 504. Yeah, yay! Congratulations to our winners. But we're all winners today because you're more knowledgeable. So thank you all. I hope you all have safe travels back. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you at APU